We lost Clint.
I know, no.
What, did he
It's a
fall out
classic
of the
Clint.
Zoom?
Yeah, he's not in the Zoom at the
Yeah.
moment, but
And
he
we're
will be
live.
back. We are live, and Clint will be back with us live to read this majestic, this magical, this fantastical movie with this amazing cast and the amazing artist, Amadeus. So, we're going to go around and introduce this amazing cast that we have tonight. So first, Vicki Dyke.
Hello, I'm Vicki Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta, and I'm going to be reading Salieri and Frau Schlumberg.
Awesome, awesome. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hey, y'all. My name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor, I'm a writer, and I'm a creative freelancer from Southern Alberta. I'm going to be reading Von Streeck, Chicanator, Andante, and Officer, and I think that's all my roles.
Nice, nice. Mr. Jason Steele.
I'm Jason Steele, and tonight I'll be playing Mozart as my main role, and then I've got a few other little ones: Von Swieten, lackey, horse, and voice. I'm not sure where that comes up, but we're going to find out.
Yes, yes. And Petra.
Hi, Petra Stedman. Big fan of the movie and, you know, classical music in general, and going to be playing a whole slew of roles. So I'll keep popping up occasionally throughout the thing. I never shut up. It's a good thing.
Awesome. Clint Monroe.
What's up? It's Clint Monroe coming at you live. I am going to be a bunch of different characters and doing some cool stuff, so stick around. And I'll see you guys later.
All right. And Mackenzie Conn.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Conn. I will be playing Arco, Lorl, Cavalieri, und Third Lady, und Magic Flute. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome back, Tyler Reddy.
Hey, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'll be playing a lot of people, a lot of priests, 8 dwarves, Vogler, Majordomo, and Octavio. I haven't got to see the movie, so this will be my first time, I guess, going through it. But looking forward to it. I do software engineering as a profession and have a lot of crazy hobbies, but this is one that I do enjoy. So
Awesome, awesome. Welcome back. And I'm curious to sit here what you think of it after reading just the script, because the movie is awesome. Now, welcoming for the first time, Tessie.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tessie Herrasti. I'm an actor. I'm originally from Mexico City, and I'm just happy to be here with you today to read this amazing script. I will be playing Constanze, Bonno, guests, second lady, Allegro, and actresses.
Wonderful. All right. And with that, with this epic script, we will get started. So I'll share the screen. And here we go. Jacob Patrick reading actions and descriptions. And I apologize ahead of time for any of the many names I know I'm going to butcher. I apologize. So, Amadeus, written by Peter Shaffer. Interior staircase outside old Salieri's salon, night, 1823. Total darkness. We hear an old man's voice, distant in distress. It is old Salieri. He uses a mixture of English and occasionally Italian.
Mozart, oh Mozart, Mozart, forgive me. Forgive your assassin, Mozart.
A faint light illuminates the screen flickeringly. We see an 18th century balustrade and a flight of stone stairs. We are looking down into the wall of the staircases. From that point of view of the landing up the stair is coming from the branched candlestick held by Salieri's valet. By his side is Salieri's cook, bearing a large dish of squared cakes and biscuits. Both men are desperately worried. The valet is thin and middle-aged, the cook plump and Italian. It is very cold. They wear shawls over their night dresses and clogs on their feet. They wheeze as they climb. The candles throw their shadows up onto the pillared walls of the house, which is evidently an old one and in bad decay. A cat scuttles swiftly between the bare legs as they reach the salon door. The valet tries the handle. It is locked. Behind it, the voice goes on, rising in volume.
Show some mercy. Oh, I beg you, show mercy to a guilty man.
The valet knocks gently on the door. The voice stops.
Open the door, senor, please. Be good now. We brought you something special, something you're gonna love.
Silence.
Senor Salieri, please, the door. Come on now, be good.
The voice of old Salieri continues again, further off now and louder. We hear noises as if a window is being opened.
Mozart, I confess it. Listen, I confess.
The two servants look at each other in alarm. Then the valet hands the candlestick to the cook and takes a sugared cake from the dish, scrambling as quickly as he can back down the stairs. Exterior, the street outside Salieri's house, Vienna, night. The street is filled with people. 10 cabs with drivers, 5 children, 15 adults, 2 doormen, 15 dancing couples, and a sled and 3 dogs. It is a windy night. Snow is falling and whirling about. People are passing on foot, holding their cloaks tightly around them. Some of them are revelers in fancy dress. They wear masks on their faces or hanging around their necks, as if returning from parties. Now they are glancing up at the facade of the old house. The window above the street is open and old Salieri stands there, calling to the sky, a sharp-featured, white-haired Italian over 70 years old, wearing a stained dressing gown.
Mozart, I cannot bear it any longer. I confess what I did. I'm guilty. I killed you. Oh, sir, I confess. I killed you.
The door of the house bursts open. The valet hobbles out, holding the sugared cake. The wind catches at his shawl.
Mozart, perdoname. Oh, forgive your assassin. Yet, forgive your assassin. Forgive me. Forgive.
That's all right, senor. We've heard from you. He forgave you. He wants you to go inside now and shut the window.
And old Salieri stares down at him. Some of the passerby have now stopped, and they are watching this spectacle.
Come on, senor. Look what we have for you. I cannot give it to you from down there, can I?
Old Salieri looks at him in contempt. Then he turns away back into the room, shutting the window with a bang. Through the glass, the old man stares down at the group of onlookers in the street. They stare back at him in confusion.
Who is that?
No one, sir. He'll be all right, poor man. He's a little unhappy, you know?
He makes a sign indicating crazy and goes back inside the house. The onlookers keep staring. Interior landing outside old Salieri's salon, night. The cook is standing holding the candlestick in one hand, the dish of cakes in the other. The valet arrives, panting.
Did he open?
He eats the sugared cake in his hand, elaborately and noisily.
Oh, this is good. This is the most delicious thing that I've ever ate. Believe me, senor. You don't know what you're missing.
We hear a thump from inside the bedroom.
Now that's enough, senor. Open.
We hear a terrible throaty groaning.
And if you don't open this door, you're not going to eat any, or we're going to eat everything. You'll be left there. There'll be none left for you. And I'm not going to bring you any more.
He looks down. From under the door, we see a trickle of blood flowing. In horror, the two men stare at it. The dish of cakes fall from the cook's hands and shatters. He sets the candlestick down on the floor. Both servants run at the door frantically. Once, twice, 3 times, and the frail lock gives. The door flies open. Immediately, the stormy, frenzied opening of Mozart's Symphony No. 25, the Little G minor, begins. We see what the servants see. Interior old Salieri's salon, night. Old Salieri lies on the floor in a pool of blood. an open razor in his hand. He has cut his throat, but is still alive. He gestures at them. They run to him. Barely we glimpse the room. An old chair, old tables piled with books, a forte piano, a chamber pot on the floor, as the valet and the cook struggle to lift their old master and bind his bleeding throat with a napkin. Interior ballroom night, 25 dancing couples, 50 guests, 10 servants, and a full orchestra. As the music slows a little, we see a masquerade ball in progress. A crowded room of dancers executing the slow portion of the dance fashionable in the early 1820s. Exterior street outside Salieri's house night. As the fast music returns, we see old Salieri being carried out of his house on a stretcher by 2 attendants and placed on a horse-drawn wagon under the supervision of a middle-aged doctor in a tall hat. This is Dr. Gulden. He gets in beside his patient. The driver whips his horse and the wagon dashes off through the still falling snow. Montage. Exterior 4 streets of Vienna and interior the wagon night. The wagon is galloping through the snowy streets of the city. Inside the conveyance we see old Salieri wrapped in blankets, half conscious, being held by the hospital attendants. Dr. Gulden stares at him grimly. The wagon arrives outside the General Hospital of Vienna. Interior hospital corridor, late afternoon. A wide, whitewashed corridor. Dr. Gulden is walking down it with a priest, a man about 40, concerned but somewhat self-important. This is Father Vogler, chaplain at the hospital. In the corridor, as they walk, we note several patients, some of them visibly disturbed mentally. All patients wear white linen smocks. Dr. Gulden wears a dark frock coat. Vogler is Kazakh.
He's going to live. It's much harder to cut your throat than most people imagine.
They stop outside a door.
Here we are. Do you wish me to come in with you?
No, doctor. Thank you.
Vogler nods and opens the door. Interior old Salieri's hospital room, late afternoon. A bare room, one of the best available in the general hospital. It contains a bed, a table with candles, chairs, a small forte piano of the early 19th century. As Vogler enters, old Salieri is sitting in a wheelchair, looking out the window. His back is to us. The priest closes the door quietly behind him.
Herr Salieri?
Old Salieri turns around to look at him. We see that his throat is bandaged expertly. He wears hospital garb and over it a civilian medal and a chain with which we will later see the emperor invest him.
What do you want?
I am Father Vogler. I am a chaplain here. I thought you might like to talk to someone.
About what?
Tried to take your life. You remember that, don't you?
So?
In the sight of God, that is a sin.
What do you want?
Do you understand that you have sinned gravely?
Leave me alone.
I cannot leave alone a soul in pain.
Do you know who I am? You never heard of me, did you?
That makes no difference. All men are equal in God's eyes.
Are they?
Offer me your confession. I can offer you God's forgiveness.
I do not seek forgiveness.
My son, there's something
Dreadful on your soul.
Please talk to me.
How well are you trained in music?
I know a little. I studied it in my youth.
Where?
Here in Vienna.
Oh, then you must know this.
He propels his wheelchair to the forte piano and plays an unrecognizable melody.
I can't say I do. What is it?
I'm surprised you don't know. It was a very popular tune in its day. I wrote it. How about this?
He plays another tune.
This one brought down the house when we played it first.
He plays it with growing enthusiasm. Cut to interior stage of an opera house night, 1780s. We see the pretty soprano Katharina Cavalieri, now about 24, dressed in an elaborate mythological Persian costume, singing on stage. She's near the end of a very Floredia by Salieri. The audience applauds wildly. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, late afternoon, 1823.
Well?
I regret it's not too familiar.
Can you recall no melody of mine? I was the most famous composer in Europe when you were still a boy. I wrote 40 operas alone. What about this little thing?
Slyly he plays the opening measure of Mozart's Ein kleine Nachtmusik. The priest nods, smiling suddenly, and hums a little with the music.
Oh, I know that. That's charming. I didn't know you wrote that.
I didn't. That was Mozart. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. You know who that is?
Of course. The man you accused yourself of killing.
Ah, you've heard that.
All of Vienna has heard that.
And do they believe it?
Is it true?
Do you believe it?
Should I?
A very long pause. Salieri stares above the priest, seemingly lost in his own private world.
Oh, for God's sake, my son, if you have anything to confess, do it now. Give yourself some peace.
A further pause.
You hear me?
He was murdered, Father. Mozart. Cruelly murdered.
Pause.
Yes. Did you do it?
Suddenly, old Salieri turns to him, a look of extreme innocence.
He was my idol. I can't remember a time when I didn't know his name. When I was only 14, he was already famous. Even in Legnago, the tiniest town in Italy, I knew of him.
Exterior, small town square in Lombardy, Italy, day 1780s. There are 12 children and 20 adults in the square. We see the 14-year-old Salieri blindfolded playing a game of blindman's bluff with the other Italian children, running about in the bright sunshine and laughing.
I was still playing childish games when he was playing music for kings and emperors, even the Pope in Rome.
Wow, interior, a salon in the vacation day 1780s. We see the 6-year-old Mozart, also blindfolded, seating in the gilded chair on a pile of books, playing the harpsichord for the Pope and suite of cardinals and other churchmen. Beside the little boy stands Leopold, his father, smirking with pride.
I admit, I was jealous when I heard the tales they told me about him. Oh, not of the brilliant little prodigy himself, but of his father, who had taught him everything.
The piece finishes. Leopold lowers the lid of the harpsichord and lifts up his little son to stand on it. Mozart removes the blindfold to show the pale little face with staring eyes. And both father and son bow. A papal chamberlain presents Leopold with a gold snuff box, whilst the cardinals decorously applaud. Over the scene, old Salieri speaks.
My father did not care for music. He wanted me only to be a merchant like himself, as anonymous as he was. When I told him I wished I could be like Mozart, he would say, "Why? Do you want to be a trained monkey? Would you like me to drag you around Europe and doing tricks like a circus freak? How can I tell him what music meant to me?"
Exterior, a country church in North Italy, day 1780s. The serene music of the Italian Baroque Pergolesi's Stabat Mater sung by the choir of boys in the organ accompaniment. We see outside the 17th century church sitting in the wide landscape of Lombardy. Sunlit fields, a dusty white road, poplar trees. Interior the church of Lagnago Day, 1780s. The music continues and swells. We see the 12-year-old Salieri seated between his plump and placid parents in the congregation, listening in rapture. His father is a heavy-looking, self-approving man, obviously indifferent to the music. A large and austere Christ of the Cross hangs over the altar. Candles burn below his image.
Even then, a spray of sounded notes could make me dizzy, almost to falling.
The boy falls forward on his knees. So do his parents and the other members of the congregation. He stares up at Christ, who stares back at him.
Whilst my father prayed earnestly to God to protect commerce, I would offer up secretly the proudest prayer a boy could think of. Lord, make me a great composer. Let me celebrate your glory through music and be celebrated myself. Make me famous throughout the world. Oh, dear God, make me immortal. After I die, let people speak my name forever with love for what I wrote. In return, I vow I will give you all my chastity, my industry, my deepest humility, every hour of my life, and I will help my fellow man all I can. Amen and amen.
The music swells to a crescendo. The candles flare. We see the Christ through the flames looking at the boy benignly.
And do you know what happened? A miracle.
Interior dining room in the Salieri house, day, 1780s. Close up, a large cooked fish on a thick china plate. Camera pulls back to show the Salieri family at dinner. Father Salieri sits at the head of the table, the napkin tucked into his chin. Mother Salieri is serving the fish into portions and handing them around. Two maiden aunts are in attendance, wearing black. And of course the young boy, Father Salieri, receives his plate of fish and starts to eat it greedily. Suddenly there is a gasp. He starts to choke violently on a fish bone. All the women get up and crowd around him, thumping and pummeling him, but it is in vain. Father Salieri collapses. Interior old Salieri's hospital room, late afternoon, 1823.
Suddenly he was dead, just like that. And my life changed forever. My mother said, go study music if you really want to. Off with you. And off I went as quick as I could. I never saw Italy again. Of course, I knew God had arranged it all. That was obvious. One moment I was a frustrated boy in an obscure little town. The next I was here in Vienna, city of musicians. Oh, 16 years old and studying under Gluck. Oh, Gluck, oh, Father, do you know who he was? The greatest composer of his time. And he loved me. Oh, that was the wonder. Oh, he taught me everything he knew. And when I was ready, introduced me personally to the emperor. Emperor Joseph, the musical king. Within a few years, I was his court composer. Wasn't that incredible? Imperial composer to His Majesty. Actually, the man had no ear at all. But what did it matter? He adored my music. That was enough. Night after night, I sat right next to the Emperor of Austria, playing duets with him, correcting the royal sight reading. Tell me, if you had been me, wouldn't you have thought God had accepted your vow? And believe me, I honored it. I was a model of virtue. I kept my hands off women, worked hours every day teaching students, many of them for free, sitting on endless committees to help poor musicians. Work and work and work. That was all my life. And it was wonderful. Everybody liked me. I liked myself. Oh, I was the most successful musician in Vienna and the happiest till he came, Mozart.
Interior, the Archbishop of Salzburg's residence, Vienna, day. A grand room crowded with guests. A small room of gypsy musicians is playing in the background. 13 members of an Archbishop's orchestra, all wind players, complete with wind instruments, elaborate-looking bassoons, basset horns, etc., and wearing their employer's livery, are lying out music on stands at one end of the room, and at the other end is a large gilded chair bearing the arms of the Archbishop of Salzburg. A throng of people is standing, talking, and preparing to sit upon the rows of waiting chairs to hear a concert.
One day he came to Vienna to play some of his music at the residence of his employer, the Prince Archbishop of Salzburg. Eagerly I went there to seek him out. That night changed my life.
We see Salieri, age 31, age 31, a neat, carefully turned cut man in a decent black clothes and clean white linen, walking through a crowd of guests. We follow him.
As I went through the salon, I played a game with myself. This man had written his first concerto at the age of 4, his first symphony at 7, a full-scale opera at 12. Did it show? Is talent like that written on the face?
We see shots of assorted young men staring back at Salieri as he moves through the crowd.
Which one of them could he be?
Some of the men recognize Salieri and bow respectfully. Then suddenly a servant bearing a large tray of cakes and pastry stalks past. Instantly riveted by the sight of such delights, Salieri follows him out of the grand salon. Interior, a palace corridor, day, 1780s. The servant marches along bearing his tray of pastries aloft. Salieri follows him. The servant turns into interior buffet room in the palace, day, 1780s. Salieri's POV, several tables dressed to the floor with cloths are loaded with many plates of confectionery. It is, in fact, Salieri's idea of paradise. The servant puts his tray down on one of the tables and withdraws from the room. Interior, palace corridor, day, 1780s. Salieri turns away so as to not be noticed by the servant. As soon as the man disappears, Salieri sneaks into the buffet room. Interior buffet room in the palace, day, 1780s. Salieri enters the room and looks about him cautiously. He is salivating with anticipation as he stares at the feast of sweet things. His attention is attracted in particular by a huge pile of dark chocolate balls arranged into the shape of a pineapple. He reaches out one hand to steal one of the balls, but at the same moment he hears giggling coming toward him. He ducks down behind the pastry table. A girl, Constanze, rushes into the room. She runs straight across it and hides herself behind one of the tables. After a beat of total silence, Mozart runs into the room, stops, and looks around. He is age 26, wearing a fine wig and a brilliant coat with an insignia of the Archbishop of Salzburg upon it. He is puzzled. Constanze has disappeared. Baffled, he turns and is about to leave the room when Constanze suddenly squeaks from under the cloth like a tiny mouse. Instantly, Mozart drops on all fours and starts crawling across the floor, meowing and hissing like a naughty cat. Watched by an astonished Salieri, Mozart disappears under the cloth and obviously pounces upon Constanze. We hear a high-pitched giggle, which is going to characterize Mozart throughout the film. Interior Palace Grand Salon, day, 1780s. The throng is mostly seated. The musicians are in their places, holding their various exotic-looking wind instruments. The candles are all lit. Majordomo appears and bangs his staff on the floor for attention. Immediate, Colloredo, Prince Archbishop of Salzburg, enters. He is a small, self-important figure of 50 in a wig, surmounted by a scarlet skull cap, which is followed by his chamberlain, the Count Arco. Everyone stands. The Archbishop goes to his throne and sits. His guests sit also. Arco gives the signal to start the music. Nothing happens. Instead, a wind musician gets up, approaches the chamberlain, and whispers in his ear. Arco turns, whispers to the Archbishop.
Mozart is not here.
Where is he?
They're looking for him, Your Grace.
Interior, a palace corridor, day 1780s. 3 servants are opening doors and looking into rooms going off the corridor. Interior palace, grand salon, day 1780s. The guests are turning around and looking at the Archbishop. The musicians are watching. There is puzzlement and a murmur of comment. The Archbishop tightens his lips.
We'll start without him.
Interior palace buffet room, day 1780s. Mozart is on his knees before the tablecloth, which reaches the floor. Under is Constanze. We hear her giggling as he talks.
Meow, meow, mouse, mouse, mousey, wousey, puss, puss, fangs, wangs, paws, claws, bounce, bounce.
He grabs her ankle. She screams. He pulls her out by her leg. And Constance says,
Stop it! Stop it!
They roll on the floor. He tickles her.
Stop it!
I'm stopping it slowly. Now look, you see, look, I've stopped. Now we're going back. Oh!
No,
Yes, back. Listen, don't you know where you are?
Where?
We are in the residence of Bishop of Salzburg.
Archbishop!
He laughs delightfully, then addresses an imagery of Archbishop.
Your Grace, I've got something to tell you. I want to complain about this fun.
Go ahead, tell him. Tell him all. They won't understand you anyways.
Why not?
Because here, everything goes backwards. People walk backwards, they dance backwards, and they sing backwards, and talk backwards.
That's stupid.
Why? People fart backwards.
Do you think that's funny?
Yes, I think it's brilliant. You have been doing it for years.
He gives a high-pitched giggle.
Sarah, I'm sick. Sarah, I am sick.
Yes, you are. You are very sick.
No. Say it back. I'm sick. Say it backwards.
I'm sick. Sick. Kiss. I might kiss my kiss my arse.
Emiram.
No, I'm not playing this game.
No, this is serious. Say it backwards.
No.
Say it. Just say it. You see. Okay. It's very serious. Iram.
Iram. Marry me? No. No, you're a friend. I'm not going to marry a friend. A dirty friend at that.
We volley tuba. Huh?
Two, but I love you. I love you.
The mood suddenly becomes softer. She kisses him. They embrace. Then he spoils it.
Tishanti. What's that?
What?
Tishanti.
Eat?
Yes.
Eat my... Oh.
Shocked, she strikes at him. At the same moment, the music starts in the salon next door. We hear the opening of the serenade for 13 wind instruments. K.
My music, they've started. They've started without me.
He leaps up, disheveled and rumpled. He runs out of the room. Salieri watches in amazement and disgust. Interior palace corridor, day 1780s. The music is louder. Mozart hastens towards the grand salon, away from the buffet room, adjusting his dress as he goes. Interior grand salon, day 1780s. The opening of the serenade is being tentatively conducted by the leader of the wind musicians. Guests turn around as Mozart appears, bowing to the Archbishop, and he walks with an attempt at dignity. As the dais where the wind band is playing, the leader yells his place to the composer, and Mozart smoothly takes over conducting. Constance, deeply embarrassed, sneaks into the room and seats herself at the back. Interior palace buffet room, day 1780s. The music fades down. Salieri stands shocked from his inadvertent eavesdropping. After a second, he moves almost in a trance towards the door. The music dissolves. Interior Grand Salon Day, 1780s. Mozart is conducting Adagio from his Serenade K361. Guided the 13 wind instrumentalists, the squeeze box opening of the amusement begins. Salieri appears at the door at the back of the salon. He stares in disbelief at Mozart.
So that was he, that giggling, dirty-minded creature I'd just seen crawling on the floor. Mozart, the phenomenon whose legend had haunted my youth? Impossible.
The music swells up, and Salieri listens with eyes closed, amazed, transported, suddenly engulfed by the sound. Finally, it fades down away and changes into applause. Salieri opens his eyes. The audience is clearly delighted. Mozart bows to them, also delighted. Colloredo rises abruptly and without looking at Mozart or applauding, and leaves the salon. Count Arco approaches the composer. Mozart turns to him, radiant.
Follow me, please. The Archbishop would like a word.
Certainly.
He follows Arco out of the room through a throng of admirers. Interior, another palace corridor, day 1780s. Mozart and Arco walk side by side. They pass Salieri, who is staring at Mozart in fascination. As they disappear, he steals toward the music stands, unable to help himself.
Well, I think that went off very remarkably well, don't you?
Indeed.
The Viennese certainly know how good music when they hear it.
His Grace is very angry with you.
What do you mean?
They arrive at the door of Colloredo's private apartment.
You are to come in here and ask his pardon.
Arco opens the door. Interior Archbishop's private room, day 1780s. The Archbishop is sitting, chatting to guests. Among them are several ladies. Arco approaches him obsequiously.
Your Grace.
Mozart, why?
Why, what, sir?
Why do you have to humiliate? Why do I have to be humiliated in front of the guests by one of my very own servants?
Humiliated?
How much provocation must I endure from you? The more license I allow you, the more that you take.
The company watches this scene, deeply interested.
If His Grace is not satisfied with me, he can dismiss me.
I want you to return immediately to Salzburg. Your father is waiting for you there, patient. I will speak to you further when I come.
No, Your Grace, I mean, with all humility, no. No, I would rather you dismissed me. It's obvious I don't satisfy.
Then try harder, Mozart. I know your intentions of dismissing. I have no intentions of dismissing. You will remain here in my service and learn your place. Go now.
He extends his hand to be kissed. Mozart does it with a furious grace, then leaves the room. As he opens the door, we see Interior Palace Corridor, day 1780s. A group of people who have attended the concert. Among them, Constanze, are standing outside the private apartment. At the sight of the composer, they break into sustained applause. Mozart is suddenly delighted. He throws the door wide open so that the guests can see into the private apartment where the Archbishop sits, and he can see them. Colloredo is clearly discomforted by this reception of his employee. He smiles and bows uneasily, and they include him in the small ovation. Mozart stands in the corridor out of the Archbishop's line of sight, bowing and giggling, and encouraging the applause for the Archbishop with conducting gestures. Suddenly irritated, Colloredo signs to Arco, who steps forward and shuts the door, ending the applause. Interior Palace Grand Salon, day 1780s. Salieri in his vast room is standing and looking at the full score of the Serenade. He turns to the pages back to the slow movement. Instantly, we again hear its lyrical strains. Close up, Salieri reading the score of the Adagio is helpless fascination. The music is played against his description of it.
Extraordinary. On the page, it looked like nothing. At the beginning, simple, almost comic. Just a pulse, bassoons and basset horns like a rusty squeeze box. Then suddenly, high above it, an oboe, a single note, hanging there unwavering, till a clarinet took over and sweetened it into a phrase of such delight. This was no composition by a performing monkey. This was a music I'd never heard, filled with such longing, such unfulfillable longing. It had me trembling. It seemed to me that I was hearing the voice of God.
Suddenly the music snaps off. Mozart stands before him as he lays down the score.
Excuse me.
He takes the score, bows, and struts briskly out of the room. Salieri stares uncomprehendingly after the jauntly little figure.
But why?
Interior Old Salieri's Hospital Room, night, 1823.
Why would God choose an obscene child to be his instrument? It was not to be believed. This piece had to be an accident. It had to be.
Interior Palace Dining Room, day, 1780s. At the table sits Emperor Joseph II, eating his frugal dinner and sipping goat's milk. He is an intelligent, dapper man of 40, wearing a military uniform. Around him, but standing, are his chamberlain, Johann von Strack, stiff and highly correct, Count Orisini-Roseberg, a corpulent man of 60, highly conscious of his position as director of the opera, Baron von Swieten, the imperial librarian, a grave but kindly and educated man in his mid-50s. First, Capellmeister Giuseppe Bonno, very Italian, cringing, at times serving, aged, but about 70, and Salieri wearing decorous black as usual. At a side table, two imperial secretaries using quill pens and inkstands write down everything of importance that is said.
And how is he, this Mozart?
He's remarkable, Majesty. I heard an extraordinary serious opera of his last month. Idomeneo, King of Crete.
That? A most tiresome piece. I heard it too.
Tiresome?
A young man trying to impress beyond his abilities. Too much spice, too many notes.
Majesty, I thought it the most promising work I've heard in years.
Huh. Well, then we should make some effort to acquire him. We could certainly use a good German composer in Vienna, surely.
Oh, I agree, Majesty, but I'm afraid it's not possible. The young man is still in the pay of the Archbishop.
Very small pay, I imagine. I'm sure he could be tempted with the right offer, say, an opera in German for our National Theater.
Excellent, sire.
Muted, Orin, we cannot. Orsina?
Italian is the proper language for opera. All educated people agree on that.
What do you say, Chamberlain?
Oh, in my opinion, it is time that we had a piece in our own language, sir. Plain German, for plain people.
He looks defiantly at Orisini-Roseberg.
Ah, Kapellmeister?
And Bonno.
Majesty, I must agree with Herr Direttore. Opera is an Italian art solamente. German, scusate, too brutta for singing, too rough.
Court composer, what do you have to say?
I think it is an interesting notion to keep Mozart in Vienna, Majesty. It should really infuriate the Archbishop beyond measure, if that is your Majesty's intention.
You are cattivo, court composer. I want to meet this young man, Chamberlain. Arrange a pleasant welcome for him.
Yes, sir.
Well, there it is.
Interior bedroom in Salieri's apartment, day, 1780s. A somber room, which serves both as a bedroom and a study. We see a four-poster bed, also a marble mantelpiece above which hangs a handsome cross in olive wood, bearing the figure of the Severe Christ. Opposite this image sits Salieri at his desk, on which stands a pile of music paper, quill, pens, and ink. On one side of him is an open forte piano on which he occasionally tries notes from the march he is composing. With some difficulty, he scratches notes out with his quill and ruffles his hair, which we see without a powdered wig. There is a knock at the door.
See?
A servant admits Lorl, a young lower-class girl who appears to be carrying a basket which box is covered with a napkin. She has come from the baker's shop.
Ah, here she comes, Fräulein Lorl. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What have you got for me today? Let me see.
Greedily, he unwraps the napkin and lifts the lid on the box.
Aha! Sienna macaroons, all my favorites. Give my best thanks to the baker.
I will, sir.
He takes a biscuit and eats.
Thank you. Are you well today, Fräulein Lorl?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Women.
She gives a little curtsy, flattered and giggling, and is shown out. Salieri turns back to his work, chewing. He plays through a complete line of his march. He smiles, pleased with the result.
Grazie, signor.
He inclines his head to the Christ above the fireplace and starts to play the whole march, including the phrase which pleased him. Interior, a wig-maker shop, Vienna, day 1780s. The march continues on a forte piano as we see Mozart seated in front of a mirror wearing an extravagant wig. On either side of him stands a salesman, one of them holding another wig, equally extravagant. Mozart takes off the first wig to reveal his own blonde hair, of which he is extremely proud, and hands it back.
And the other one?
The salesman puts the second wig on his head. Mozart pulls a face of doubt in the mirror.
Oh, they're both so beautiful. I can decide. Why don't I have two heads?
He giggles. The music stops. Interior Grand Salon, the Royal Palace, day 1780s. A door opens. We glimpse in the room of the Emperor Joseph bidding goodbye to a group of military officers standing around a table.
Good.
He turns and comes into the salon where another group awaits him. It consists of von Strack, Orisini-Roseberg, Bonno, von Swieten, and Salieri. The room contains several gilded chairs dotted about and a forte piano.
Good morning, gentlemen.
All bow and say, "Good morning, Your Majesty."
Well, what do you have for me today?
Your Majesty, Herr Mozart.
Yes, what about him?
He's here.
Oh, well, there it is. Good.
Majesty, I hope you won't think it improper, but I have written a little march of welcome in his honor.
He produces a paper.
Oh, what a charming idea. May I see it?
It's just a trifle, of course.
May I try it?
Majesty.
The Emperor goes to the instrument, sits and plays the first bar of it quite well.
Delightful court composer. Would you permit me to play it as he comes in?
Oh, you do me too much honor, sire.
Let's have some fun. But bring in Herr Mozart, please, but slowly. I need a minute to practice.
The Majordomo bows and goes. The Emperor addresses himself to the march. He plays a wrong note.
A flat, Majesty.
Interior Palace Corridor, Vienna, day 1780s. Taking his instructions literally, the Majordomo is marching very slowly to the salon door. He is followed by a bewildered Mozart, dressed very stylishly and wearing one of the wigs from the Period Choir. Interior Royal Palace Grand Salon, day 1780s. Joseph finishes the march. The door opens.
Herr Mozart.
Mozart comes in eagerly. Immediately, the march begins, played by His Majesty. All the courtiers stand listening with admiration. Joseph plays well, but applies himself fiercely to the manuscript. Mozart, still bewildered, regards the scene, but does not seem to pay attention to the music itself. It finishes, and all clap obsequiously.
Bravo, Your Majesty.
Oh, well done, sire.
The Emperor rises, pleased with himself. He snatches the manuscript off the stand and holds it in his hand for the rest of the scene.
Gentlemen, a little less enthusiasm, I beg you. Mozart.
He extends his hand. Mozart throws himself to his knees and, to Joseph's discomfort, kisses the royal hand with fervor.
Your Majesty.
Oh, no, please. It's not a holy relic. You know, we have met already in this very room. Perhaps you won't remember it. You were only 6 years old. He was giving the most brilliant little concert here. As he got off the stool, he slipped and fell. My sister Antoinette helped him up herself. And do you know what he did? Jumped straight up into her arms and said, "Will you marry me, yes or no?"
Embarrassed Mozart bursts out with a wild giggle. Joseph helps him out.
And, you know all of these gentlemen, I'm sure.
Von Strack and Bonno nod.
The Baron von Swieten?
I'm a great admirer of yours, young man. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
The director of our opera, Count Orisini-Roseberg.
Oh, sure, yes, the honor is mine, absolutely.
Orisini-Roseberg nods without enthusiasm.
And here is our illustrious court composer, Herr Salieri.
Finally, such an immense joy, diletto straordinario.
I know your work well, Signor. Do you know that I actually composed some variations on a melody of yours?
Really?
Mio caro Adone.
Ah.
That's a funny little tune, but it yielded some good things.
And now he has returned the compliment. Herr Salieri composed that march of welcome for you.
Oh, really? Oh, grazie, signora. Sono commosso. È un onore per un exodiale, compositore brillante, famosissimo.
He bows elaborately. Salieri inclines himself dryly.
My pleasure.
Well, there it is. Now to business. Young man, we are going to commission an opera from you. What do you say?
Majesty? Oh.
Did we vote in the end for German or Italian?
Well, actually, sire, if you remember, we did finally incline to Italian.
Oh, did we? Did we?
Don't think it was really decided, director.
Oh, German, please. Let it be German, huh?
Why so?
Because I've already found the most wonderful libretto.
Oh, have I seen it?
Oh, I don't think you have. Herr Director, not yet. I mean, it's quite, of course, I'll show it to you immediately.
I think you'd better.
Well, what is it about? Tell us the story.
It's actually quite amusing, Majesty. It's set in the whole thing is set in
He stops short with a little giggle.
Yes, where?
In Pasha's harem, Majesty, as Seraglio.
Ah.
You mean in Turkey?
Exactly.
Then why especially does it have to be in German?
Well, not especially. It could be in Turkish if you really want. I don't care.
Giggles again. Orisini-Roseberg looks at him sourly.
My dear fellow, the language is not finally the point. Do you really think that subject is quite appropriate for a national theater?
Why not? It's charming. I mean, I don't actually show concubines exposing their it's indecent. It's not indecent. It's highly moral. Majesty, it's full of proper German virtues. I'll swear it, absolutely.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Excuse me, sire, but what do you think these could be? Being a foreigner, I would love to learn.
Cattivo again, court composer. Well, tell him, Mozart, name us a German virtue.
Love, sire?
Ah, love. Well, of course. In Italy, we know nothing about that.
The Italian faction of Orisini-Roseberg and Bonno laugh discreetly.
No, I don't think you do. I mean, watching Italian opera, all those male sopranos screeching, the stupid fat couples rolling their eyes about. It's not love. It's just rubbish.
An embarrassed pause. Bonno giggles in nervous amusement.
Majesty, you choose the language. It will be my task to set it to the finest music ever offered to a monarch.
Pause. Joseph is clearly pleased.
Oh, there it is. Let it be German.
He nods. He has wanted this result all the time. He turns and makes for the door, all bow. Then he becomes aware of the manuscript in his hand.
This is yours.
Mozart does not take it.
Keep it, sire, if you want to. It's already here in my hand.
What? On one hearing only?
I think so, sire, yes.
Pause.
Show me.
Mozart bows and hands the manuscript back to the emperor. Then he goes to the forte piano and seats himself. The others, except for Salieri, gather around the manuscript held by the king. Mozart plays the first half of the march with deadly accuracy.
The rest is just the same, isn't it?
He plays the first half again, but stops in the middle of the phrase, which he repeats dubiously.
That really doesn't work, does it?
All the courtiers look at Salieri.
Did you try this? Wouldn't it be just a little more...
He plays another phrase.
Or this, yes, this is better.
He plays another phrase. Gradually, he alters the music so that it turns into a celebrated march to be used later in the Marriage of Figaro, Non più agire. He plays it with increasing abandonment and virtuosity. Salieri watches with a fixed smile on his face. The court watches astonished. He finishes in great glory, takes his hands off the keys with a gesture of triumph, and grins. Interior bedroom in Salieri's apartment, day 1780s. We see the olive wood cross. Salieri is sitting at his desk, staring at it.
Grazie, signore.
There is a knock at the door. He does not hear it, but sits on. Another knock, louder.
Yes?
Lorl comes in.
Oh,
Madame Cavalieri is here for her lesson, sir?
bueno.
He gets up and enters. Interior music room in Salieri's apartment, day 1780s. Katharina Cavalieri, a young, high-spirited soprano of 20, is waiting for him, dressed in a fashionable dress and wearing on her head an exotic turban of satin with a feather. Lorl exits.
Maestro.
Oh, good morning.
Well, how do you like it? It's Turkish. My hairdresser tells me everything's going to be Turkish this year.
Really? What else did he tell you today? Give me some gossip.
Well, I heard you met Mozart.
Oh? Oh, news travels fast in Vienna.
And he's been commissioned to write an opera. Is it true?
Yes.
Is there a part for me?
No.
How do you know?
Well, even if there is, I don't think you want to get involved with this one.
Why not?
Well, do you know where it's set, my dear?
Where?
In a harem.
What's that?
A brothel.
Oh,
A Turkish brothel.
Turkish? Oh, if it's Turkish, that's different. I want to be in it.
My dear, it will hardly enhance your reputation to be celebrated throughout Vienna as a singing prostitute for a Turk.
He seats himself at the forte piano.
Oh, well, perhaps you could introduce us anyway.
Perhaps.
He plays a chord. She sings a scale expertly. He strikes another chord. She starts another scale, then breaks off.
What does he look like?
You might be disappointed.
Why?
Looks and talent don't always go together, Katharina.
Looks don't concern me, maestro. Only talent interests a woman of taste.
He strikes the chord again. Firmly, Cavalieri sings her next scale, then another one and another one, doing her exercises in earnest. As she hits a sustained high note, the orchestral accompaniment in the middle of Matern aller Arten from something comes in underneath. The music changes from exercises to the exceedingly Florida era. We dissolve on the singer's face, and she is suddenly not merely turbaned, but painted and dressed totally in a Turkish manner, and we are on Interior Opera Stage, Vienna, 1780s. Their heroine, of the opera Cavalieri is in full cry, addressing the Pasha with scorn and defiance. The house is full, watching the performance, which is conducted by Mozart. From the clavier in the midst of the orchestra, we note von Strock, Orisini-Roseberg, Bonno, and von Swieten, all grouped around the emperor in a box. In another box, we see an overdressed middle-aged woman and 3 girls, one of whom is Constance. This is the formidable Madame Weber and her 3 daughters, Constance, Josepha, and Sophia. All are enraptured by the spectacle, and Madame Weber is especially enraptured by being there at all. Not so Salieri, who sits in another box, coldly watching the stage. Cavalieri is singing Martin aller Arten from the line Doch du bist entschlossen.
Since you are determined, calmly with no ferment welcome, every pain and woe, bind me then, compel me, bind me, compel me, hurt me, break me, kill me, at last I shall be freed by death.
After a few moments of the show area with the composer and the singer staring at each other, he conducting elaborately for her benefit, and she following his beat with rapturous eyes, the music fades, and Salieri speaks over it.
There she was. I had no idea where they met or how, yet there she was. She stood on stage for all to see, showing off like the greedy songbird she was. 10 minutes of ghastly scales and arpeggios, whizzing up and down like fireworks at a fairground.
Music up again for at least 30 bars of aria.
Be freed at last by death, be freed at last by death, at last I shall be freed by death.
Before the orchestral coda ends, cut to interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night, 1823. Through the window we see that night has fallen.
Understand, I was in love with the girl, or at least in lust. I wasn't a saint. It took me the most tremendous effort to be faithful to my vow. I swear to you, I never laid a finger on her. All the same, I couldn't bear to think of anyone else touching her, least of all the creature.
Interior the Opera House, Vienna, night, 1780s. The brilliant Turkish finale of Sergio bursts over us. All the cast is lined up on stage. Mozart is conducting with happy excitement.
Pasha Selim, may he live forever. Ever, 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 ever. Honor to his regal name. Honor to his regal name. May his noble brow emblazon glory, fortune, joy, and fame. Honor be to Pasha Selim. Honor to his regal name. Honor to his regal name.
The curtains fall, much applause. The emperor claps vigorously, and following his lead, so do the courtiers. The curtains part. Mozart applauds the singers, who applaud him back. He skips up onto the stage amongst them. The curtains fall again, as they all bow. In the auditorium, the chandeliers descend, filling it with light. Interior Opera House stage, Vienna, night, 1780s. The curtains are down, and an excited hubbub of singers in costume surround Mozart and Cavalieri, all excited and chattering. Suddenly, a hush. The emperor is seen approaching from the wings, lit by flunkies holding candles. Von Strock, Orisini-Roseberg, and von Swieten, amongst others, follow him. Also Salieri. The singers line up. Joseph stops at Cavalieri, who makes a deep curtsy.
Bravo, madame. You are an ornament to our stage.
Majesty.
And you, court composer, your pupil has done you a great credit.
Interior backstage corridor, Vienna, night, 1780s.
Let us pass, please. Let us pass at once. We are with the emperor.
And the flunky says, "I'm sorry, madame. It is not permitted."
Do you know who I am? This is my daughter. I'm Frau Weber. We are favored guests.
"I am sorry, madame, but I have my orders."
Call Herr Mozart. You call Herr Mozart immediately. This is unsupportable.
Mother, please.
Go ahead, Constance. Just ignore this fellow. Go ahead, dear.
"I am sorry, madame, but no, I cannot let anyone pass."
Young man, I am no stranger to theater. I am no stranger to insolence.
Interior Opera House stage, Vienna night, 1780s. All are applauding Cavalieri. The Emperor turns to Mozart.
Well, Herr Mozart, a good effort. Decidedly that, an excellent effort. You have shown us something quite new today.
Mozart bows frantically. He is overexcited.
It is new, it is. Isn't it, sire?
Yes, indeed.
And German?
Oh, yes, absolutely. German, unquestionably.
So you like it? You really like it, Your Majesty?
Of course I do. It's very good. Of course, now and then, just now and then, it gets a touch elaborate.
What do you mean, sire?
Well, occasionally it seems to have, oh, how shall one say, how shall one say, Director?
Too many notes, Your Majesty?
Exactly. Very well put. Too many notes.
I don't understand. There are just as many notes, Majesty, as are required, no, neither more nor less.
My dear fellow, there are, in fact, only so many notes the ear can hear in the course of an evening. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I, court composer?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, on the whole, yes, Majesty.
But this is absurd.
My dear young man, don't take it too hard. Your work is ingenious. It's quality work, and there are simply too many notes. That's all. Just cut a few and it will be perfect.
Which few did you have in mind, Majesty?
Pause, general embarrassment.
Well, there it is.
Into this uncomfortable scene bursts a sudden eruption of noise, and Madame Weber floods onto the stage, followed by her daughters. All turn to look at the amazing spectacle.
Wolfie! Wolfie, my dear!
She moves towards Mozart, and the arms outstretched in an absurd theatrical gesture, then sees the Emperor. She stares at him, mesmerized, her mouth open, unable even to curtsy.
Oh.
Mozart moves forward quickly.
Majesty, this is Madame Weber. She is my landlady.
Enchanted, Madame.
Oh, sire, such an honor. And these are my dear daughters. This is Constance. She is the fiancée of Herr Mozart.
Constance curtsies. Close-up of Cavalieri, astonished at the news. Close-up of Salieri, watching her receive it.
Really? How delightful. May I ask, when do you marry?
Well, we haven't quite received my father's consent, Your Majesty. Not entirely, not altogether.
He giggles uncomfortably.
Excuse me, but how old are you?
26.
Well, my advice is to marry this charming young lady immediately and stay with us in Vienna. You see? I've told him that, Your Majesty, but he won't listen to me.
Cavalieri is glaring at Mozart. Mozart looks hastily away from her.
Oh, Your Majesty, you give such wonderful, such impeccable, such royal advice. May I?
She attempts to kiss the royal hand, but faints instead. The Emperor contemplates her prone body and steps back a pace.
Well, there it is. Struck.
He nods pleasantly to all and leaves the stage with his chamberlain. All bow. Cavalieri turns with a savage look at Mozart and leaves the stage the opposite way to her dressing room. Tossing her plumed head, Salieri watches. Mozart stays for a second, indecisive whether to follow soprano or help Madame Weber.
Get some water!
He hurries away. The daughters gather around Madame Weber. Interior Cavalieri's dressing room night, 1780s. Katharina sits fuming at her mirror. A dresser is taking the pins out of her wig and stares straight ahead of her. Mozart sticks his head around the door.
Katharina, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to write another aria for you, something even more amazing for the second act. I have to get some water. Her mother is lying on the stage.
Don't bother.
What?
Don't bother.
I'll be right back.
He dashes off. Interior Opera House stage, Vienna night, 1780s. Constance and Mozart make their way quickly through a crowd of actors in turbans and kaftans, and stagehands carrying bits of this dismantled set of seraglio. We see all the turmoil backstage after a performance. A fireman passes Mozart carrying a small bucket of water. Mozart snatches it from him and pushes his way through the crowd to Madame Weber, who still lies prone on the stage. Mozart pushes through the crowd surrounding her and throws water on her face. She instantly revived by the shock. Constance assists her to rise.
Are you all right?
Instead of being furious, Madame Weber smiles at them rapturously.
Oh, what an evening. What a wise man we have for an emperor. Oh, my children. Now, I want you to write your father exactly what His Majesty said.
The activity continues to swirl around them.
You should really go home now, Frau Weber. Your carriage must be waiting.
But aren't you taking us?
I have to talk to the seniors.
That's all right. We'll wait for you. Just don't take all night.
Interior Cavalry's dressing room night, 1780s. Cavalieri sits still in costume, is marching up and down, very agitated.
Did you know? Had you heard?
What?
The marriage.
Oh, well, what does it matter to you?
Nothing. He can marry who he pleases. I don't give a damn.
She catches him looking at her and tries to compose herself.
How was I? Tell me honestly.
You were sublime.
What did you think of the music?
Oh, extremely clever.
Meaning you didn't like it.
Mozart comes in unexpectedly.
Oh, excuse me.
Is her mother still lying on the floor?
No, she's fine.
I'm so relieved.
She sits herself at her mirror and removes her wig.
Dear Mozart, my sincere congratulations.
Did you like it then?
How could I not?
It really is the best music one can hear in Vienna today. Don't you agree?
Is she a good fuck?
What?
I assume she's the virtuoso in that department. There can't be any more other reason you'd marry somebody like that.
Valeria looks astonished. There is a knock on the door.
Come in.
The door opens. Constance enters.
Excuse me, Wolfie, Mama's not feeling very well. Can we leave now?
Of course.
No. You can't take him away now. This is his night. Won't you introduce us, Wolfgang?
Excuses, Fraulein. Good night, senor.
Mozart hurries Constance out the door. Cavalier looks after them as they go, her voice breaking and rising out of control.
You really are full of surprises, aren't you? You're quite extraordinary, you little shit!
She turns and collapses, crying with rage into Salieri's arms. We focus on him.
At that moment, I knew beyond any doubt he'd had her. The creature had had my darling girl.
Interior Old Salieri's hospital room night, 1820s. The old man speaks passionately to the priest.
It was incomprehensible. What was God up to? Here I was denying all my natural lust in order to deserve God's gift. And there was Mozart indulging his in all directions, even though engaged to be married. And no rebuke at all. Was it possible I was being tested? Was God expecting me to offer forgiveness in the face of every offense, no matter how painful? That was very possible. All the same, why him? Why use Mozart to teach me lessons in humility? My heart was filling up with such hatred for that little man. For the first time in my life, I began to know really violent thoughts. I couldn't stop them.
Did you try?
Every day, sometimes for hours, I would pray.
Interior Salieri's apartment, bedroom day, 1780s. The young Salieri is kneeling in desperation before the cross.
Please, send him away, back to Salzburg, for his sake as well as mine.
Close-up Christ staring from the cross. Interior Audience Hall, Archbishop's Palace, Salzburg day. We see Leopold kneeling now not to the cross, but to the Archbishop Colloredo. Sitting impassively on his throne, Count Arco stands beside him. Leopold is a desperate, once handsome man of 60s, now far too much the subservient courtier.
No, I want him back. But he needs to be here in Salzburg, Grace. He needs to be here. He needs you, your protection, your understanding. Hardly. Oh, sure, yes. He's about to make the worst mistake in his life. Some of the Viennese slut is trying to trick him into marriage. I know, my son. He's very simple to see the trap. There is no one there who really cares for him. I'm not surprised. Money seems to be more important to him than loyalty or friendship. He has sold himself to Vienna. Let Vienna look after him. Sir, your son is an unprincipled, spoiled, conceited brat. Yes, sir. Yes, that's the truth. But don't blame me. The fault is mine. I was too indulgent with him. But not again. Never again. I promise. I implore you. Let me bring him back here. I'll make him give his word and serve you faithfully. And how will you make him keep it? Oh, sir, he never disobeys me in anything. Please, Grace, give me just one chance. You have to leave. Wait, you have leave to try. Oh, Your Grace, thank you, Your Grace. Thank you.
In deepest gratitude, he kisses the Archbishop's hand. He motions Leopold to rise. We hear the first dark fortissimo chord, which begins with the overture of Don Giovanni, the theme associated with the character of the Commodore.
My dear son.
The second fortissimo chord sounds. Interior of Baroque church, day 1780s. We see a huge close-up of Mozart's head, looking front and down, as if reading his father's letter. We hear Leopold's voice over this image, no longer whining and anxious, but impressive.
I write you with urgent news. I'm coming to Vienna. Take no further steps towards marriage until we meet. You are too gullible to see your own danger. As your honor, the father, who has devoted his entire life to yours, do as I bid and await my coming.
I will.
The camera pulls back to see that he is in fact kneeling beside Constance. A priest faces him. Behind them are Madame Weber, Josepha, and Sophia Weber, and a very few others. Among them, a merry-looking lady in bright clothes, the Baroness Waldenstein.
And will you, Constance Weber, take this man, Wolfgang, to be your lawful husband?
I will.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
The opening cry of the great Mass in C minor is heard. Mozart and Constance kiss. They are in tears. Madame Weber and her daughters look on approvingly. The music swells and continues under the following. There is a view of the castle in the background. Leopold sits alone in his room. He is reading a letter from Wolfgang. At his feet there are his trunks, half packed for the journey he will not now take. We hear Mozart's voice reading the following letter, and we see, as the camera roves around the room, mementos of the young prodigy's early life. The little forte piano made for him, the little violin made for him, an order presented to him. And we see Starling in a wicker cage, and we see his portraits of the boy on the walls, concluding with the familiar family portrait of Wolfgang and his sister, Nernelle, seated at the keyboard with Leopold standing, and the picture of their mother on the wall behind them.
Most beloved father, it is done. Do not blame me, I did not wait to see your dear face. I knew that you would have tried to dissuade me from my truest happiness, and I could not have borne it. Your every word is precious to me. Remember how you always told me, Vienna is the city of musicians. To conquer her is to conquer Europe. With my wife, I can do it. I vow I will become regular in my habits and productive as never before. She is wonderful, Papa. I know that you will love her. And one day soon, when I'm a wealthy man, you will come and live with us. And we will be so happy. I long for that day, best of papas, and kiss your hand 100,000 times.
The music of the mass fades. Leopold crumbles the letter in his hand. Exterior, the Imperial Gardens, Vienna, day 1780s. Salieri stands waiting, hat in hand. Beside him stands a royal servant. Behind him, gardeners are glimpsed tending the shrubs and bushes along the grassy ride. Down the ride are seen cantering two people on horseback, the Emperor Joseph and his niece, the Princess Elizabeth. They are mounted on glossy horses. The princess rides a side saddle. Running beside her is a panting groom. The Emperor rides elegantly. His niece, a dumpy little Habsburg girl of 16, like a sack of potatoes. As they draw level with Salieri, they stop, and the groom holds his head of the princess's horse. Salieri bows respectively.
Good morning, court composer. This is my niece, the Princess Elizabeth.
Your Highness.
Out of breath, the princess nods nervously.
She has asked me to advise her on a suitable musical instructor. I think I've come up with an excellent idea.
He smiles at Salieri.
Oh, Your Majesty, it would be such a tremendous honor.
I was thinking about Herr Mozart. What is your view?
Salieri's face falls almost imperceptibly.
An interesting idea, Majesty, but
Yes.
You already commissioned an opera from Mozart.
And the result's satisfied.
Yes, of course. My concern is to protect you from any suspicion of favoritism.
Ah, favoritism. But I want Mozart.
I'm sure there is a way, Majesty, some kind of little contest. I could perhaps put together a small committee, and I could see to it naturally that it will select according to Your Majesty's wishes.
You please me, court composer, a very clever idea.
Sire.
Well, there it is.
He rides on. The groom releases her horse's head and runs on after the princess. Von Strack sits stiffly behind his gilded desk. Mozart stands before him, trembling with anger.
What is it, Herr Chamberlain?
What is what?
Why do I have to submit samples of my work to some stupid committee just to teach a 16-year-old girl?
Oh, because His Majesty wishes it.
But is the Emperor angry with me?
Oh, on the contrary.
Well, then why doesn't he simply appoint me to the post?
Mozart, you are not the only composer in Vienna.
No, but I am the best.
Ah, a little modesty would suit you better.
Who is on this committee?
Kapellmeister Bonno, Count Orisini-Roseberg, and court composer Salieri.
Naturally, the Italians. Okay, of course, it's always the Italians.
Mozart.
No, they hate my music. It terrifies them. The only sound Italians I understand is banality. Tonic and dominant, tonic and dominant, from here to resurrection. Ba, 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 ba. Anything else is morbid.
Mozart!
Show them one interesting modulation and they faint. Oh, I'm morbiditz, morbiditz. Oh, the Italians are musical idiots. And if you want them to judge my music... Oh.
Look, young man, the issue is simple. If you want this post, you must submit your stuff in the same way as all your colleagues.
Must I? Well, I won't. I tell you straight, I will not.
Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom, Vienna, day 1780s. The room is very small and untidy. Constance is marching up and down it, upset. Mozart is lying on the bed.
I think you're mad. You're really mad.
Oh, leave me alone.
One royal pupil and the whole Vienna will come flocking. We'd be set up for life.
They'll come anyway. They love me here.
No, they will not. I know how things work in the city.
Oh, yes? You always know everything?
Well, I'm not borrowing any more money from my mother, and that's that.
You borrowed money from your mother?
Yes.
Well, don't do that again.
And how are we going to live, Wolfie? Do you want me to go into the streets and beg?
Don't be stupid.
All they want to see is your work. What's wrong with that?
Shut up! Just shut up! I don't need them!
This isn't pride. It's sheer stupidity.
She glares at him, almost in tears. Interior Salieri's music room, late afternoon, 1780s. Salieri is giving a lesson to a girl student who is singing the Italian art song, Caro mio bien. Then there is a knock on the door.
Yes?
A servant enters.
Excuse me, sir. There is a lady here who insists on speaking to you.
Who is she?
She didn't say, but she says it's urgent.
Excuse me, my dear.
Salieri goes into the salon. Interior the salon, late afternoon, 1780s. Constance stands, closely veiled, holding a portfolio stuffed with manuscripts. The singing lesson ends with 2 chords on the instrument. Salieri enters the salon. Constance drops him a shy curtsy.
Excellency.
Madam, how can I help you?
Shyly, she unveils.
Frau Mozart.
That's right, Your Excellency. I've come on behalf of my husband. I'm bringing some examples of his work so he can be considered for the royal appointment.
How charming. But why did he not come himself?
He's terribly busy, sir.
I understand.
He takes the portfolio and puts it on the table.
I will look at them, of course, the moment I can. It will be an honor. Please give him my warmest.
Would it be too much trouble, sir, to ask you to look at them now while I wait?
I'm afraid I'm not at leisure this very moment. Just leave them with me. I assure you, they will be quite safe.
I really cannot do that, Your Excellency. You see, he doesn't know I'm here.
Really?
My husband is a proud man, sir. He would be furious if he knew I'd come.
Then he didn't send you?
No, sir. This is my own idea.
I see.
Sir, we really need this job. We're desperate. My husband spends far more than he can ever earn. I don't mean he's lazy. He's not at all. He works all day long. It's just he's not practical. Money simply slips through his fingers. It's really ridiculous, Your Excellency. I know you help musicians. You're famous for it. Give him just this one post. We'd be forever indebted.
A short pause.
Let me offer you some refreshment. Do you know what these are?
He indicates a dish piled high with glazed chestnuts.
Campesoli da Venere. Oh, Naples of Venus, Roman chestnuts in brandied sugar. Won't you try one? Oh, they're quite surprising.
He offers her the dish. She takes one and puts it into her mouth. He watches carefully.
Oh, they're wonderful.
He takes one himself. We notice on his finger a heavy gold signet ring.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Don't keep calling me that. It puts me at such a distance. I was not born a court composer. You know, I'm from a small town, just like your husband.
He smiles at her. She takes another chestnut.
Are you sure you can't leave that music and come back again? I have other things you might like.
That's very tempting, but it's impossible, I'm afraid. Wolfie would be frantic if he found those were missing. You see, they're all original.
Originals?
Yes.
A pause. He puts out his hand and takes up the portfolio from the table. He opens it. He looks at the music. He is puzzled.
These are originals?
Yes, sir. He doesn't make copies.
Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night, 1823. The old man faces the priest.
Astounding. It was actually beyond belief. These were first and only drafts of music, yet they showed no corrections of any kind. Not one. Do you realize what that meant?
Vogler stares at him.
He'd simply put down music already finished in his head, page after page of it, as if he was just taking dictation. And music finished as no music is ever finished.
Interior Salieri's salon, late afternoon, 1780s. Close up to The manuscript in Mozart's handwriting, the music begins to sound under the following.
Displace one note and there would be diminishment, displace one phrase and the structure would fall. It was clear to me that sound I had heard in the Archbishop's palace had been no accident. Here again was the very voice of God. I was staring through the cage of those meticulous ink strokes at an absolute, inimitable beauty.
The music swells. What we now hear is an amazing collage of great passages from Mozart's music, ravishing to Salieri, and to us, the court composer, oblivious of Constanze, who sits happily chewing chestnuts, her mouth covered in sugar, walks around and around his salon, reading the pages and dropping them on the floor when he is done with them. We see his agonized and wandering face. He shudders as if in a rough and tumbling sea he experiences the point where beauty and the great pain coalesce. More pages fall and he can read, scattering across the floor in white cascade as he circles the room. Finally, we hear the tremendous quietud tollis from the Mass in C minor. It seems to break over him like a wave, and unable to bear any more of it, he slams the portfolio shut. Instantly, the music breaks off, reverberating in his head. He stands shaking, staring wildly. Constance gets up, perplexed.
Is it not good?
A pause.
It is miraculous.
Oh, yes, he's really proud of his work.
Another pause.
So, will you help him?
Salieri tries to recover himself.
Tomorrow night, I dine with the Emperor. One word from me, and the post is his.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Overjoyed, she stops and kisses his hand. He raises her and then clasps her to him clumsily. She pushes herself away.
Come back tomorrow night. Come back tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, alone.
What for?
Some service deserves service in return, no?
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious?
They stare at one another, Constance in total disbelief.
It's a post all Vienna seeks. If you want it for your husband, come tonight.
But I'm a married woman.
Then don't. It's up to you. Not to be vague. That is the price.
He glares at her.
Yes.
He rings a silver bell for a servant and abruptly leaves the room. Constance stares after him, horrified. The servant enters, shocked and stunned. Constance goes down on her knees and starts picking up the music from the floor. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room night, 1823. Close up, Father Vogler, horrified.
Yes, Father. Yes. So much for my vow of chastity. What did it matter? Good, patient, hardworking, chaste. What did it matter? Had goodness made me a good composer? I realized it absolutely then, that moment. Goodness is nothing in the furnace of art, and it was nothing to God.
You cannot say that.
Oh, no? Was Mozart a good man?
God's ways are not yours, and you are not here to question him. Offer him a salt of penitence. He will give you back the bread of eternal life. He is all merciful, and that is all you need to know.
All I ever wanted was to sing to him. That's his doing, isn't it? He gave me that longing, then made me mute. Why? Tell me that. If he didn't want me to serve him with music, why implant the desire like a lust in my body, then deny me the talent? Go on, tell me, speak for him.
My son, no one can speak for God.
Oh? I thought you did so every day. So speak now. Answer me.
I do not claim to unravel the mysteries. I treasure them, as you should.
Oh, yes. Always the same stale answers. There is no God of mercy. Oh, Father, just a God of torture.
Interior Salieri's apartment, bedroom night, 1780s. Salieri sits at his desk, staring up at the cross.
Evening came to that room. I sat there not knowing whether the girl would return or not. I prayed as I'd never prayed before. Oh, dear God. Enter me now. Fill me with one piece of true music, one piece with your breath in it, so I know that you love me, please. Just one. Show me one side of your favor, and I will show mine to Mozart and his wife. I will get him the royal position. And if she comes, I'll receive her with all respect and send her home in joy. Enter me, please. Ti imploro.
Long silence. Salieri stares at the cross. Christ stares back at him impassively. Finally, in this silence, we hear a faint knocking at the door. Salieri stares himself. A servant appears.
The lady is back, sir.
Show her in, then go to bed.
The servant bows and leaves. We follow him through. Interior music room in Salieri's apartment, night, 1780s. The servant crosses it and enters. Interior salon in Salieri's apartment, night, 1780s. Constance is sitting on an upright chair, veiled as before, the portfolio of music on her lap. Though the far door leading from the hall, another servant is peering at her. The first servant joins him and shuts the door on the girl, leaving her alone. We stay with her. The clock ticks on the mantelpiece. We hear an old carriage pass in the streets below. Nervously, she lifts the veil and looks about her. Suddenly, Salieri appears from the music room. He is pale and very tight. They regard each other. She smiles and rises to greet him, affecting a relaxed and warm manner, as if to put him at ease.
Well, I'm here. My husband has gone to a concert. He didn't think I would enjoy it.
A pause.
I do apologize for this afternoon. I behaved like a silly girl. Where shall we go?
What?
Should we stay here? It's a charming room. I love these candlesticks. Were they here earlier? I didn't notice them because I suppose I was too nervous.
As she talks, she extinguishes the candles in a pair of Venetian candelabra, and subsequently other candles around the room.
Wolfgang was given some candlesticks by King George in England, but they were only wood. Oh, excuse me, let's not talk about him. What do you think of this? It's real lace. Brussels.
She turns and takes off her shawl.
Well, it's much too good for every day. I keep saying to Wolfie, don't be so extravagant. Presents are lovely, but we can't afford them. It doesn't do any good. The more I tell him, the more he spends. Oh, excuse me, there I go again.
She picks up the portfolio.
You still want to look at this? Or don't we need to bother anymore? I imagine we don't, really.
She looks at him inquiringly and drops the portfolio on the floor. Pages of music pour out of it. Instantly we hear a massive chord, and the great querulous from the Mass in C minor fills the room. To its grand and weighty sound, Constance starts to undress, watched by the horrified Salieri. Between him and her, the music is an active presence, hurting and baffling him. He opens his mouth in distress. The music pounds in his head. The candle flickers over her as she removes her clothes and prepares for his embrace. Suddenly he cries out,
Go!
He snatches up the bell and shakes it frantically, not stopping until the two servants we saw earlier appear at the door. The music stops abruptly. They stare at the appalled and frightened Constance, who is desperately trying to cover her nakedness.
Show this woman out.
Constance hurls herself at him.
You shit! You rotten shit!
He seizes her wrists and thrusts her back. Then he leaves the room quickly, slamming the door behind him. Constance turns and sees the two servants goggling her in the room.
What are you looking at?
Wildly, she picks up the candelabra and throws it at them. It shatters on the floor. Interior Salieri's apartment, bedroom night, 1780s. Close up, Salieri standing, his eyes shut, shaking in distress. He opens them to see Christ's cross in the room, staring at him from the wall.
From now on, we are enemies, you and I.
Interior Old Salieri's room, night, 1823. The old man is reliving the experience. Vogler looks at him, horrified.
Because you will not enter me with all my need for you, because you scorn my attempts at virtue, because you choose for your instrument a boastful, lustful, smutty, infantile boy, and give me for reward only the ability to recognize the incarnation, because you are unjust, unfair, unkind. I will block you. I swear it. I will hinder and harm your creature on earth as far as I am able. I will ruin your incarnation.
Interior Salieri's apartment, bedroom night, 1780s. Close up on the fireplace. In it lies the olive wood Christ on the cross, burning.
Oh, what use after all is man, if not to teach God his lessons?
The cross flames up and disintegrates. Salieri stares at it. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room night, 1780s. The front door bursts open. Mozart stumbles in, followed by Emanuel Schneider, 3 young actresses and another man, all fairly drunk. Schneider, who appears everywhere accompanied by the young girls, is a large, fleshly, extravagant man about 35.
Stanzi, 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 Manzi!
The others laugh.
Stanzi, Manzi, Banzi, Wanzi!
Stay here.
He walks unsteadily to the bedroom door and opens it.
Shh, you're disgraceful.
Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom night, 1780s. Constance lies in the bed, her back turned to her husband, who comes into the room and shuts the door.
Stanzi, how's my Marcy? Marcy, I'm back. Swissy's back.
She turns around abruptly. She looks dreadful, her eyes red with weeping. Mozart is shocked.
No, Stanzi.
He approaches the bed and sits on it. Immediately she starts crying again, desperately.
What's the matter? What is it, Stanzi?
He holds her and she clings to him, a fierce embrace, crying a flood of tears.
Stop it now! Stop it! I brought friends to meet you. They're next door waiting. Do we have anything to eat? They're all starving.
Tell them to go away. I don't want to see anybody.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Tell them to go.
What is it? Tell me.
No.
Yes. Oh.
I love you. I love you.
She starts crying again, throwing her arms around his neck.
I love you. Please stay with me. I'm frightened.
Interior, the Royal Palace dining room, day, 1780s. Joseph sits eating. A butler serves him goat's milk to drink. Joseph is holding a memorandum from Salieri in his hand. Salieri stands before him.
I don't think you understand me, court composer.
Majesty, I did, believe me. It was a most agonizing decision, but finally I simply could not recommend Herr Mozart.
But why not?
Sire, I made some inquiries in a routine way. I was curious to know why he had so few pupils. It is rather alarming.
Oh?
With a gesture, Joseph dismisses the butler, who bows and leaves the room.
Majesty, I don't like to talk against a fellow musician.
Of course not.
I have to tell you, Mozart is not entirely to be trusted alone with young ladies.
Really?
As a matter of fact, one of my own pupils, a very young singer, told me she was
Oh, yes?
molested, Majesty, twice in the course of the same lesson.
A pause.
Oh, well, there it is.
Interior Salieri's house staircase, Vienna, day. Salieri has just returned from the palace and is coming up the staircase. He is met by his servant.
Sir, there's a Herr Mozart waiting for you in the salon.
Salieri is plainly alarmed.
What does he want?
He didn't say, sir. I told him I didn't know when you'd be back, but he insisted on waiting.
Come with me and stay in the room.
He mounts the stairs. Interior Salieri's apartment salon, day 1780s. Mozart is waiting for Salieri, holding a portfolio. Salieri approaches him nervously. Mozart stands, not belligerently, but humbly.
Herr Mozart, what brings you here?
Your Excellency, you requested some specimens of my work. Here they are. I don't have to tell you how much I need your help. I truly appreciate you looking at these, and I have pressures on me, financial pressures. As you know, I'm a married man now.
So you are. How is your pretty wife?
She is well. She is, well, actually, I'm about to become a father. She only told me last night. You are the first to know.
I'm flattered. And congratulations to you, of course.
Oh, so you see, this post is very important to me right now.
Salieri looks at him in distress.
Why didn't you come to me yesterday, Mozart? This is the most painful situation. Yesterday I could have helped you. Today I can't.
Why? Here's the music. It's here. I'm submitting it humbly. Isn't that what you wanted?
I have just come from the palace. The post has been filled.
Filled? But that's impossible. They haven't seen my work. I need to this post. Please, can you help me, please?
My dear Mozart, there is no one in the world I would rather help. But now it is too late.
Whom did they choose?
Herr Sommer.
Sommer? Herr Sommer? The man's a fool. He's a total mediocrity.
No. He has yet to achieve mediocrity.
But I cannot lose this post. I simply can't. Excellency, please. Let's go to the palace. You can explain to the emperor that Herr Sommer is a terrible, awful choice. He could actually do musical harm to the princess.
An implausible idea. Between you and me, no one in the world could do musical harm to the Princess Elizabeth.
Mozart chuckles delightedly. Salieri offers him a glass of white dessert and a spoon. Mozart takes it absently and goes on talking.
Look, I must have pupils. Without pupils, I can't manage.
You don't mean to tell me you are living in poverty?
No, but I'm broke. I'm always broke. I don't know why.
It has been said, my friend, that you are inclined to live somewhat above your means.
How can anyone say that? We have no cook, no maid, with no footman, nothing at all.
How is that possible? You give concerts, don't you? I hear they are quite successful.
They are stupendously successful, but you can't get a seat. The only problem is no one will hire me. They all want to hear me play, but they don't want me to teach their daughters, as if I was some kind of a fiend. I'm not a fiend.
Of course not.
Do you have a daughter?
I'm afraid not.
Well, could you lend me some money till you have one, and then I'll teach her for free? That's a promise. I'm sorry, I'm being silly. Papa's right. I should put a padlock on my mouth. Seriously, is there any chance you could manage a loan? Only for 6 months, 8 at the most. After that, I'll be the richest man in Vienna. I'll pay you back double. Anything, name your terms. I'm not joking. I'm working on something that's going to explode like a bomb all over Europe.
Ah, how exciting. Tell me more.
Oh, I better not. It's a bit of a secret.
Oh, come, Mozart. I'm interested, truly.
Actually, it's a big secret. Oh, this is delicious. Well, what is this?
cream cheese mixed with granulated sugar and suffused with rum. Crema al mascarpone.
Ah, Italian.
Forgive me. We all have patriotic feelings of some kind.
2,000, 200 florins. It's all I need. 150.
What exactly are you working on?
I can't say really.
I don't think you should become known in Vienna as a debtor, Mozart. However, I know a very distinguished gentleman I could recommend to you, and he has a daughter. Will that do?
Interior Michael Schlumberg's house, morning, 1780s. Hysterical barking and howling, the hall is full of dogs, at least 5, all jumping up and dashing about and making a terrific racket. Mozart, dandified, in a new coat and a plumed hat for the occasion, has arrived to teach at the house of the prosperous merchant, Michael Schlumberg. Bluff, friendly, and coarse-looking, he stands in the hall amidst the leaping and barking animals, greeting Mozart.
Oh, quiet, quiet, quiet. Down there, damn you. Welcome to you. Pay no attention. They're impossible. Stop it, you willful things. Now come this way. Just ignore them. They're perfectly harmless. Just willful. I treat them just like my own children.
Which one would you want me to teach?
What? Oh, that's funny. I like it. Which one, eh? Oh, you're a funny fellow. Anna, come this way.
He leads Mozart through the throng of dogs into a salon furnished with a comfortable middle-class taste.
Anna.
Frau Schlumberg appears, an anxious woman in middle life.
You won't be teaching this one either.
Oh, shit, you won't be. She's my wife.
Madame.
This is Herr Mozart, my dear. The young man, Herr Salieri, recommended to teach our Gertrude. Where is she?
Upstairs.
Ah, Gertrude.
You can't be Herr Mozart.
I'm afraid I am.
Of course it's him. Who do you think it is?
I've heard about you for ages. I thought you must be an old man.
Oh, Gertrude.
It's such an honor for us to have you here, Herr Mozart, and for Gertrude.
Well, people who know say the girl's got talent. You must judge for yourself. If you think she stinks, say so.
Michael, please. I'm sure you will find her most willing, Herr Mozart. She's really very excited. She's been preparing all morning.
Really?
Ah, now here she comes.
Gertrude Schlumberg appears in the doorway, an awkward girl of 15 in her best dress, her hair primped and curled. She's exceedingly nervous.
Good morning, Fräulein Schlumberg.
Strudel, this is Herr Mozart. Say good morning.
Gertrude giggles instead.
Perhaps a little refreshment first. A little coffee or a little chocolate.
I'd like a little wine if you have it.
Wine?
Quite right. He's going to need it. Wow, a bottle of wine. Prestissimo. Now, let's go to it. I've been waiting all day for this.
He leads the way into the interior music room day in the 1780s. A forte piano is open and waiting. All the dogs follow him. After them come Mozart, Fräulein Schlumberg, to Mozart's dismay. Husband and wife seat themselves quite formally on a little narrow sofa, side by side.
Now, sit down, all of you, and behave. Seaman, Mandy, absolutely quiet. Especially you, Doodle Sash. Not one sound from you.
The dogs settle at their feet. Husband and wife smile encouragingly at each other.
Come on then, up and at it.
Mozart gestures to the music bench. Reluctantly, the girl sits at the instrument. Mozart sits beside her.
Now, please play me something. Just give me an idea. Anything will do.
What do you think, Gertrude? Do we have a Gertrude? We do, Heather.
I don't know what to say.
That's all right, dear. Just go ahead as if we weren't here.
But you are here.
Oh, never mind, Strudel. It's part of music. Getting used to an audience. Aren't I right, Herr Mozart?
Well, yes, on the whole, I suppose. How long have you been playing, Fraulein?
Just 1 year.
And who was your teacher?
I was, but she quite outgrew the little I could show her.
Ah, thank you, madame. Come on now, courage. Play me something you know.
In response, the wretched girl just stares down at the keyboard without playing a note. An awkward pause.
Perhaps it would be better if we were left alone. I think we're both a little shy.
Husband and wife look at each other.
Ah, nonsense. Strudel's not shy. She's just willful. Give her into her. Give in to her now. You'll be sorry later. Play.
Michael.
Silence. The girl sits unmovingly. Schlumberg bellows.
I said play.
Michael.
Perhaps if I was to play a little first, it might encourage the Fraulein. Why don't you let me try the instrument, okay? All right?
Suddenly the girl rises. Mozart smiles at the parents. They smile nervously back. Mozart slides along the bench, raises his hands, and preloads over the keys. Instantly, a dog howls loudly. Startled, Mozart stops. Schlumberg leaps to his feet and goes over to the beagle.
Stop that, douchebag. Stop it at once. Don't let him disturb you. He'll be all right. No, he's just a little willful, too. Please, please, play. I beg you.
Mozart resumes playing. This time, it is a lively piece, perhaps a presto finale from the K 450. The dog howls immediately.
Stop it. Stop. No, not you. I was talking to the dog. Oh, no, you keep playing. It's most important. He always howls when he hears music. We've got to break him up to habit. Play, please, play, please.
Amazed, Mozart starts to play the rondo again. The dog howls louder.
No, that's it. Now keep going. Just keep going. Oh, you stop that noise. You stop this instant. This instant. Do you hear me? Keep going. Harry Mozart. Oh, that's it. Go on, go on.
Mozart plays on. Suddenly, the dog falls silent. Schlumberg smiles broadly.
Good. Oh, very good, dog. Very good. Do not stop. Now, quick. Here, bring his biscuit.
The wife scurries to get the jar of biscuits. A servant brings in an open bottle of wine and folds the glass on a tray. He puts it down beside Mozart as Schlumberg addresses the silent dog with deepest affection.
Now, guess who's going to get a nice reward? Clever duty.
He gives the biscuit to the dog, who swallows it greedily. Mozart stops playing and stands up.
It's a miracle, Herr Mozart.
Well, I'm a good teacher. The next time you wish me to instruct another of your dogs, please let me know. Goodbye, Fraulein, and goodbye, madame. Goodbye, sir.
He bows to them and leaves the room. They look after him in puzzled astonishment.
What a strange young man.
Yes, he is a little strange.
Exterior, a busy street in Vienna, day 1780s. A cheerful scene, and we see Mozart strutting and beaming, making his way through the crowd of porters, carriers and hawkers, sellers of sausages and pastries, vendors of hats and ribbons. Horses and carriages clatter past him. His mood is best expressed by the bubbly version of a non più andante played on the forte piano. Still in the same mood, he enters the door of his own house. Interior, Mozart's house hallway, day 1780s. Suddenly he stops. He looks up And suddenly he stops. He looks up the stairs. The grim opening chords from the overture of Don Giovanni cut across the march of Figaro. What he sees looking up the stairs is a menacing figure in a long gray cape, a dark gray hat, standing on a landing. The light comes from behind the figure so that we only see the silhouette, but as it unfolds its arms toward Mozart in an alarming gesture of possession, it takes a beat in which the air of sinister mystery is held, before Mozart realizes who it is. Then, as the music continues, he hastily sets down a bottle of wine and rushes joyfully up the stairs and hurls himself into the figure's arms.
Papa, Papa!
Both men embrace. The music slowly fades. Interior Mozart living room, day, 1780s. A cramped, low-ceilinged little room which nobody has tidied for ages. We see music lying everywhere. Also, there are many empty wine bottles, musical instruments among them, a mandolin, a viola, a fortepiano with the black and white keys reversed, books on abandoned plates of food. Mozart clasps his father's arms. Leopold is now seen as an aging, travel-stained man in clothes that need repair. His face is lined, and he is obviously not in perfect health.
Why are you here?
Am I not welcome?
Well, of course, welcome. Welcome 10,000 times, Papa. My Papa.
You are very thin. Does she not feed you, this wife of yours?
Mozart ducks away and fetches his father's bags from the landing.
Well, of course she feeds me. She stuffs me like a goose all day long. She's the best cook in the world. I mean, since Mama, just wait, you'll see.
Is she not here?
I don't know. Stanzi.
Leopold looks about him at the mess in the room.
Do you always live like this?
Oh, yes. Oh, I mean, no, not exactly like this. I mean, today, just today, Stanzi, I remember now. She had to go, yes. She had her mother. Yes, she's like that. Our mother's a very sweet woman. You'll see.
He carries the bag across the room and opens the door of the bedroom. Constance lies in bed. She sits up, startled.
Oh, I didn't know you were home. Stanzi, this is my father.
Constance looks ill and tired, stares at Leopold. Leopold stares back from the doorway.
We'll wait. Why don't you get up now, darling?
He closes the door again.
She's very tired. Poor creature, you know me. I'm a real pig. It's not so easy cleaning up after me.
Don't you have a maid?
Oh, we could if we wanted to, but Stanzi won't hear about it. She wants to do everything herself.
And how's your financial situation?
Oh, it couldn't be better.
That's not what I hear.
What do you mean? It's wonderful, really. It's marvelous. People love me here.
They say you're in debt.
Who says that? That's a malicious lie.
How many pupils do you have?
Pupils?
Yes.
Yes.
How many?
I don't know. It's not important. I mean, I don't want pupils. They get in the way. I have to have time for composition.
Compositions don't pay. You know that.
Oh, this one will.
He picks up some pages of manuscript.
What's that?
Oh, let's not talk about it.
Why not?
It's a secret.
You don't have any secrets from me.
Oh, it's too dangerous, Papa, but they are going to love it. Oh, there she is.
Constance comes into the room. She is wearing a dressing gown that has made a perfunctory attempt to tidy her hair. We see that she is clearly pregnant.
My Stanzi, look at her. Isn't she beautiful? Oh, come on now. Confess, Papa. Could you want a prettier girl for a daughter?
Stop it, Wolfie. I look dreadful. Welcome to our house, Herr Mozart.
He's not Herr Mozart. Call him Papa.
I see that you're expecting.
Oh, yes.
When, may I ask?
In 3 months, Papa.
Isn't that marvelous? We are delighted.
Why didn't you mention that in your letters?
Didn't I? I thought I did. I'm sure I did.
He gives a little giggle of embarrassment.
May I offer you some tea, Herr Mozart?
Tea? Who wants tea? No, let's go out. This calls for a feast. You don't want tea, Papa. Well, let's go dancing. Oh, Papa loves parties, don't you?
Wolfie.
What? How can you be so boring? Tea?
Wolfie, I think your father's tired. I'll cook us something here.
Thank you. That'd be fine. Don't spend any money on me.
Why not? Oh, come, Papa. What way could I spend it on than you? Better? Come on, my kissable, missable, suddenly visible Papa.
The jauntly tune of the Intermoche Wall der Kaiser sign K539 sounds through all the following. This is an alternate song from Il Saraglio, a very extroverted tune for the baritone and orchestra and a prominent part of the bass drum. The vocal part should be arranged for trumpet. Exterior street in Vienna day, 1780s. Mozart and Constanze, with Leopold between them. We see couple shopping. Interior costume shop, Vienna day, 1780s. This shop is a shop where one can buy costumes for masquerades. It is filled with extravagant costumes of various kinds. Wolfgang is wearing a costume, a mask pushed up on his forehead. Constance is wearing a little white velvet mask. Amidst the merriment, Leopold is helped by 2 assistants to put on a dark gray cloak and a dark gray tricone hat, to which is attached a full mask of dark gray. Its mouth is cut into a fixed upward smile. He turns and looks at his son through the mask. Interior large party room, Vienna night, 1780s. We are in the full whirl of a masquerade ball. Couples are dancing around, dressed in fantastic costumes. The music of Ich Moche Ball der Kaiser Sin increases in volume and persists. We see the musicians thumping it out on a balustrade above the dancers. A steer is being roasted. Through the bobbing crowd, we see a group headed by the figure of the Bacchants. This is Schikaneder in Greek costume, wearing a vine leaves in his hair. He is accompanied by his usual trio of actresses and 3 other men. Constance as a concubine, Columbine, and Mozart as a harlequin are pulling up Leopold by the hand of his dark cloak and smiling mask. The whole group threads its way across the crowded room and disappears through the door. As they go, they are watched by Salieri standing alone in a corner, wearing an ordinary evening clothes. He turns away hastily to avoid being seen by them. As soon as they disappear into the far room, Salieri goes quickly to a lady in the corner who is giving guests domino masks off a tray. He quickly takes the small black masks and puts it on. And this is where we will cut for our intermission. Time out. All right, so everybody take 5, or we'll say 8. So we come on the 30. We'll come back on the 30 and we shall continue. So see you all soon.
See you soon.
All right, we're back, and we're going to just take a couple more moments to reshuffle a few things out. A couple of our illustrious players had to tap out for the night. All right, I guess we can do it live. It's okay. We'll edit this out for the non-live version.
Oh my God.
You okay, Heather? Maybe it's a private message. Nice.
Amazing. Oh, amazing.
I want to go to the party too.
I mean, to be fair, he does put on a mask, so it's fine.
I can't be my character while I'm doing this, though.
Like to see I started a trend. This is good.
Yes. I told you I had one. I just wasn't sure if I was gonna wear it. I'm like, okay, I'll go get it. So
Oh, definitely should.
thank you.
Looking around for what I have for masks. Is this sci-fi thing? Does that count? No.
Yeah, it looks like you're ready to go to Burning Man, dude.
Why not, dude?
It's such a burner outfit if I ever saw it.
Seriously, love this. Love this for you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like not the time period.
That's Burning Man
That's
ready
okay.
as well. Okay, we're just all a Burning Man camp. That's
Yeah.
Burning
There
Man
you go.
camp. Table read Tuesday on the playa.
There you go.
And if you don't have one, do this.
Yeah. I used to be able to do that. I'm not flexible enough anymore.
Oh, you look like Dr. Finkelstein from that other movie we did.
Ah.
All right. So you guys can see here some of the ones we need to reshuffle. Tyler and Clint had to tap out. So these were put in order of like where they come up in the script. So the ones lower will probably need to be replaced more. Sorry. I can't keep this on for now, unfortunately.
That's fine.
All right, so all right. So Angelina or Tessie said she can take any ones we give her, or Mackenzie I think can use a few more as well. So I'll highlight the ones we need to replace. Like some of these are maybe done for the night. I think Vogler might come back some, but
I'm good without taking any more, actually.
okay.
Sweet.
Vogler, I'm pretty sure comes back near the end.
Okay. These are the ones we need to recast on the fly.
Vogler is pretty sure comes back near the end, though. He's got a little chunk at the end with Salieri, so.
Definitely. Who wants to be the main priest?
Oh, I was gonna say I'll be the priests. I didn't realize he was a priest as well. So I guess that would take 3 of them.
All right, here you go. Angelina, I'll take it. So Angelina, yeah, Vogler,
Okay.
and not Majordomo, but priest. And
All the priests.
yes,
Are they
first
creepy?
priest, local priests. All right. So Tessie, if you want Majordomo, if he comes back.
Gotcha.
All right, and I guess Octavio too. Sound good?
Yep.
All right.
Hi, Cheryl.
Okay, so I don't know about these ones if they come back. This guy might, huh? Or not?
I don't.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
this guy definitely is. It's probably one line at the very end. All right. Cheryl, would you like to take that?
Who's
I
that?
think it's just one line at the end,
Great.
if you want. All right. I don't know if these are coming back or not. So,
Doubt that Schlumberg is.
okay, thank you. Then probably none of these are coming back. If they do,
Leopold's coming back, but he's gonna die soon. Spoilers. So.
oh yeah. All right.
I could do Leopold, but if you guys are okay with me going from Lorl to him a couple times, I'll make
Sure.
it fun. Yeah, sweet.
Make it fun. Make it fun. Have fun with it. All right.
About being fun, having fun.
All right. I guess we'll go from there. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being adaptable
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
sorry
fly.
that I didn't volunteer for anything extra tonight, not feeling up to it. Next time, maybe.
Don't worry, Heather. We're just glad you're here. You usually take on like 13, so it's all good. And we have quite a few people here that had smaller bits tonight, so this is good. All right. If we're ready to continue. Interior, a grotto room next door, night 1780s. A fantastic room designed as a rocky grotto lit by candles, and a forte piano to one side is being played by Schickenader. The music, each mocha while der Kaiser sign crossfades to another tune. This is Vivat Bacchus from Il Seraglio.
Screen air director.
Geralio.
Well, what?
I don't see the script.
Thank you. All right, we'll start that over so we have it for the recording as well. So new share, switch to the script. But boom, all better?
That's better. Yeah.
All right. Now you guys can see the obvious spots where I'm sure you can hear me messing up the words, but now you'll be able to see me messing up the words. So,
And it's
Interior.
Schickenader.
What? Schickenader?
Schickenader. That's how I sounded it out in the beginning, and I actually wrote it in brackets so I wouldn't.
Schickenader. All right, I'll try. I'll probably forget once I get there. But thank you, Schickenader. Interior, a grotto room next door, night, 1780s. A fantastic room designed as a rocky grotto lit by candles. A forte piano to one side is being played by Schickenader. The music of each mote while de Kaiser sign crossfades to another tune. This is Vivat Bacchus from Il Seraglio, which Schickenader, dressed as Bacchus, is humming as he plays. The music is actually accompanying a game of forfeits, which has begun. 5 couples, the group we have just seen, are dancing in the middle of a ring made by 9 chairs. When the music stops, they will each have to find a chair, and the one who fails must pay a forfeit. Constanze is dancing with Leopold. Mozart is dancing with one of the actresses. The 2 other actresses are dancing with 2 other gentlemen. The 2 children dance together, a little boy and a little girl. The scene is watched by a circle of bystanders. Among them from the doorway is Salieri. Schickenader stops. Immediately the couple scrambles for the chairs. Leopold and Constanze meet on the same chair, bumping and pushing at each other to get sole possession of it. To the amusement of the people around, the chair overbalances and they both end up on the floor. Constanze immediately gets up again, sets the chair on its feet, and tries to pretend she was sitting in it all the time. But Schickenader calls out from the forte piano.
No, you both lost. You both lost. You both have to forfeit. And the penalty is you must exchange your wigs.
People are delighted by the idea of this penalty. The children jump up and down with excitement. The 3 actresses immediately surround Leopold, reaching for his hat and mask and wig, whilst he tried to hold on to them. Mozart takes off Constance's wig, an absurd affair with side curls. Constanze laughingly surrenders it. who is the new
That's
Leopold.
right.
Yes.
No, please. This is ridiculous. No, please.
Despite his protests, an actress takes off his hat, to which the smiling mask is attached to reveal his outraged face, showing a very different expression underneath. Another actress snatches off his wig to reveal a very sparse hair on the old man's head. The third
No.
actress takes Constance's wig from Mozart and attempts to put it on his father's head.
No, really.
This is just a game, Papa.
Constance echoes with him, a touch of malice in her voice.
This is just a game, Papa.
Laughingly, the bystanders take it up, especially the children. This is just a game, Papa. As Leopold glares ferociously about him, the actress succeeds in getting Constance's wig firmly onto his head. Everybody bursts into applause. Delighted, Constance puts on Leopold's wig, hat, and mask. From the waist up, she now looks like a weird parody of Leopold in the smiling gray mask, and he looks like a weird parody of her with a silly feminine wig. Shiginator starts to play again, and the couple start to dance. Leopold angrily takes off Constance's wig and leaves the circle. His partner, Constance, is left alone. Seeing this, Mozart leaves his partner and catches his father entreatingly by the arm.
Oh no, Papa, please, don't spoil the fun. Come on, here, take mine.
He takes off his own wig and puts it on Leopold's uncovered head. The effect is not as ridiculous. It's still somewhat bizarre. Since Wolfgang favors fairly elaborate wigs, he takes Constance's wig from his father. As this happens, the music stops again. Mozart gently pushes his father down onto a nearby chair. The others scramble for the other chairs, and he is left as the old man out. He giggles. Shiginator calls out to Leopold from the keyboard.
Mozart, why don't you name your son's penalty?
Applause.
Yes, Papa, name it. I'll do anything you say.
I want you to come back with me to Salzburg, my son.
What did he say? What did he say?
Papa, the rule is you can only give penalties that can be performed in the room.
I'm tired of this game. Please play without me.
But my penalty, I've got to have a penalty.
The bystanders are watching.
I've got a good one. I've got the perfect one for you. Come over here.
Mozart runs over to the forte piano, and Shiginator surrenders his place at it.
Now, I want you to play our tune, sitting backwards.
Applause.
Oh, that's really too easy. Any child can do that.
Amused sounds of disbelief.
And the fugue in the manner of Sebastian Bach.
Renewed applause at this wicked extra penalty. Mozart smiles at Shiginator. It is the sort of challenge he loves. He defiantly puts on Constance's wig and seats himself with his back to the keyboard. Before the astonished eyes of the company, he proceeds to execute the absurdly difficult task. His right hand plays the bass part, his left hand the treble, and with this added difficulty he improvises the billion fig on the subject of the tune to which they have been dancing. Attracted by the astonishing feat, the players draw nearer to the instrument. So does Salieri, cautiously, with some of the bystanders. Constance watches him approach. Only Leopold sits by himself, sulking. The fugue ends amidst terrific clapping. The guests call out to Mozart.
Oh, another! Do another!
Give me a name. Who shall I do? Give me a name. Ah. Now that's hard. That's very hard. For Salieri, one has to face the right way around.
Giggling, he turns around and sits at the keyboard. Then, watched by a highly amused group, he begins a wicked parody. He furrows his brow and mock concentration and closes his eyes. Then he begins to play the tune to which they danced, in the most obvious way imaginable, relying heavily on a totally and offensively unimaginative bass of tonic and dominant endless repeat. The music is the very essence of blatantly the bystanders rock with laughter. Mozart starts to giggle wildly. Through this excruciating scene, Salieri stares at Constance, who suddenly turns her head and looks challenging back at him. Mozart's parody reaches its coarse climax with him adding a fart noise instead of the notes at the end, cadences. He builds this up, urged on by the clowning by everyone else, until suddenly he stops and cries out. The laughter cuts off. Mozart stands up, clutching his behind, and as if he has made a mess in his breeches. The momentary hush of an alarm is followed by a howl of laughter. Close up, Salieri staring in pain. Interior old Salieri's hospital room, night, 1823. Close up, the old man is shaking at the very recollection of his humiliation.
Oh, come on, mock me, laugh, laugh.
Interior grotto, night, 1780s. A reputation of the shot Mozart at the fortepiano, wearing Constanze's wig and emitting a shrill giggle. Interior Salieri's apartment, bedroom, night, 1780s. Salieri sits at his desk. He holds in his hands the small black party mask and stares in hatred at the place on the wall where the crucifix used to hang. Faintly we see the mark of the cross.
That was not Mozart laughing, Father. That was God. That was God. God laughing at me through that obscene giggle. Go on, Signor, laugh, rub your nose in it, show my mediocrity for all to see. You wait. I will laugh at you before I leave this earth. I will laugh at you. Amen.
Interior Mozart's workroom, day, 1780s. It is littered with manuscripts. In the middle stands a billiard table, the beautiful closing ensemble from Act 4 of Figaro. Ah, tutti continente. Ceremone così plays in the background. Standing at the billiard table, Mozart is dreamily hearing the music and playing shots on the table. From time to time, he drifts over a piece of manuscript paper and jots down notes. He is very much in his own world of composition, and the billiard balls are an aid to the creation. Presently, however, he hears a knocking at the door.
Wolfie! Wolfgang!
The music breaks off.
What is it?
He opens the door.
There is a young girl to see you.
What does she want?
I don't know.
Well, ask her.
She won't talk to me. She says she has to speak to you.
Ah, damn.
Interior Mozart apartment, living room, day, 1780s. Mozart comes out. Framed in the doorway from outside stands Lorl, the maid we noticed in Salieri's house. From his bedroom, Leopold peeps out to watch. Mozart goes to the girl. Constance follows.
Yes,
Are you here, Mozart?
that's right.
My name is Lorl, sir. I'm a maidservant. I was asked to come here and offer my services to you.
What?
They'll be paid for by a great admirer of yours who wishes to remain anonymous.
What do you mean? What admirer?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Are you saying that someone is paying you to be our maid and doesn't want us to know who it is?
Yes, I can live in or out just as you wish.
But
Mozart
Papa,
turns
was
to
this
his
your
father.
idea? Papa, was this your idea?
Mine.
The old man emerges from his bedroom. His son looks at him delightedly.
You are playing a trick on me.
I never saw this girl in my life. Is this some kind of joke? Not at all, sir. And I was told to wait for an answer. Young woman, this won't do at all. My son can't possibly accept such an offer, no matter how generous, unless he knows who is behind it. But I really can't tell you, sir. Oh, this is ridiculous.
What is ridiculous? Wolfie has many admirers in Vienna. They love him here. People send us gifts all the time.
But you can't take her without reference. It's unheard of.
Well, this is none of your business. Whoever sent you is going to pay, no?
That's right, ma'am. So now we are going to let a perfect stranger into our house.
Constance looks furiously at him, then at Lorl.
Who is we? Who is letting who? Could you please wait outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Lorl goes outside and closes the door. Constance turns on Leopold.
Look, old man, you stay out of this. We spend a fortune on you, more than we can possibly afford, and all you do is criticize morning to night, and then you think you can just
Fancy!
No, it's right, Richard here. I'm sick to death of it. We can't do anything right for you, can we?
Never mind. You won't have to do anything for me ever again. I'm leaving.
Papa!
Don't worry, I'm not staying here to be a burden.
No one called you that.
She does. She says I sleep all day.
And so you do. The only time you come out is to eat.
Oh, and what do you expect? Who wants to walk out into a mess like this every day?
Oh, now I'm a bad housekeeper.
So you are. The place is a pigsty all the time.
Do you hear him? Do you?
Explosively, she opens the door.
When can you start?
Right away, ma'am.
Good. Come in, and you'll start with that room there. It's filthy.
She leads the maid into Leopold's room. Mozart steals back into his workroom and gently closes the door. Leopold is left alone.
Sorry, I'm sorry I spoke. I'm just a provincial from Salzburg. What do I know about smart Vienna? Parties all night, every night, dancing and drinking like idiot children.
Here in Mozart's workroom, day 1780s. Mozart stands trying to blot out the noise of his father's shouting from next room.
Dinner at 8, dinner at 10, dinner when anyone feels like it, if anyone feels like it.
The ensemble of Tutti Continente, Cerimonie Cossi from Act 4 of Figaro resumes, coming to his aid and rising to greet the listener with the serene harmonies. We lived. Mozart's Langley picks up his cue and plays a shot on the billiard table. He is sucked back into his own world of sound. Interior Salieri Salon night, 1780s. The music fades. We see Lorl dressed in a walking cloak, sitting before a desk, talking to someone confidentially.
They're out every night, sir, till all hours.
A hand comes into frame, offering a plate of sugared biscuits. On its finger, we see a gold signet ring belonging to Salieri.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Do any pupils come to the house?
Not that I've seen.
Then how does he pay for all this? Does he work at all?
Oh, yes, sir. All day long. He never leaves the house until evening. He just sits there, writing and writing, and doesn't even eat.
Really? What is it he's writing?
Oh, I wouldn't know that, sir.
Of course not. You're a good girl. You're very good to do this. And the next time you're sure they'll be out of the house, let me know, will you?
Confused, the girl hesitates. He hands her a pile of coins.
Oh, thank you, sir.
She accepts them, delighted. Exterior Mozart's house, Vienna Street, afternoon, 1780s. The final movement of Mozart's piano concerto in E-flat K begins. To its lively music, the door of the house bursts open and a grand forte piano augmented with a pedal is carried out of it by 6 men, who run off with it down the street. Following them immediately appears Wolfgang, Constanze, and Leopold, all 3 dressed for an occasion. They climb into a waiting carriage, which drives off after the forte piano. As soon as it goes, Lorl appears in the doorway, peering slyly around to see that they are out of sight. Then she shuts the door and hurries off in the opposite direction. Exterior, an Oriental garden, Vienna, afternoon, 1780s. An outdoor concert is being given. Mozart is actually playing the final movement of his E-flat concerto with an orchestra. Listening to him is a sizable audience, including the emperor. Flanked by Strack and von Swieten, the crowd is a happy and appreciative mood. It is a delightful open-air scene. We hear the gayest and the most complex passage. Leopold and Constanze listen to Mozart, who plays his own work brilliantly. We stay with this scene for a little while and then, exterior Vienna Street, afternoon, 1780s. A carriage clopping through the streets. Lorl is sitting up on the box beside the driver. Inside the vehicle, we glimpse the figure of Salieri. Exterior, an Oriental garden, Vienna, 1780s. We hear more of the concerto Perhaps the slowing interlude of the last movement of K482. Mozart is conducting and playing a reflective mood. Abruptly, we cut to exterior Mozart's apartment, afternoon 1780s. Lorl is opening the door, admitting Salieri. They go in. The door shuts. Interior Mozart's living room, afternoon 1780s. The room is considerably tighter as a result of Lorl's ministrations. Salieri stands looking about him with tremendous curiosity.
I think I found out about the money, sir.
Yes, what?
She opens a drawer on a sideboard. Inside we see one gold snuff box. In it, the one we saw Mozart being presented with as a child at the Vatican.
He kept 7 snuff boxes in here. I could swear they were all gold. And now look, there's only one left. And inside, sir, look, I counted them, tickets from the pawn shop. 6 of them.
Salieri turns to look around him.
Where does he work?
In there, sir.
She points across the room to the workroom. Salieri crosses and goes in alone. Interior Mozart's workroom, afternoon 1780s. Salieri enters the private quarters of Amadeus. He is immensely excited. He moves slowly into the Holy of Holies, picking up objects with great reverence. A billiard ball, a discarded wig, a sock, a buckle, the objects more important to him. Standing at Mozart's desk, strewn with manuscripts, he picks up Mozart's pen and strokes with the feather. He touches the inkstand. He lays a finger on the candlestick with its half-expired candle. He touches each object as if it was a memento of a beloved. He is in awe. Finally, his eyes falls upon the sheets of music themselves. Stealthily, he picks them up. Close up, the pages. We see words set to music. Against each line of notes is the name of a character, Contessa, Susanna, Cherubino. Then another page, the title page, written in Mozart's hand. Le Nozze de Figaro, Commedia de Musica Tratta dalle Frances. In quarta atti. Close up, the word Figaro. Close up Salieri. He stares, amazed. Exterior ornamental garden, Vienna, afternoon, 1780s. Mozart is playing in the cadenza of coda of piano concerto. He completes the work with a flourish. There is a loud applause. The emperor rises and follows suit. Mozart comes down to be greeted by him.
Bravo, Mozart. Most charming. Yes, indeed. Clever man.
Thank you, sire.
Well done, Mozart. Really quite fine.
Baron.
He sees his wife and his father standing by the crowd. Leopold is signaling insistently.
Majesty, may I ask you to do me the greatest favor?
What is it?
May I introduce my father? He is on a short visit here and returning very soon to Salzburg. He would so much like to kiss your hand. It would make his whole stay so memorable for him.
Ah, by all means.
Leopold comes forward eagerly and fawningly kisses the royal hand.
Your Majesty.
Constance curtsies.
Good evening. We have met before, Herr Mozart.
That's right, Your Majesty. 20 years ago. No, 22, 23. And I remember word for word what you said to me. You said.
Searches his memory.
Bravo?
No. Yes, bravo, of course, bravo. Everybody always says bravo when Vovey plays. Like the King of England. When we played for the King of England, he got up at the end and said, bravo, bravo, bravo. 3 times. 3 bravos from the Pope. 4. 4 bravos from the Holy Father and 1 bellissimo.
All the courtiers around are looking at him.
Father.
Hush. I'm talking to His Majesty. Your Majesty, I wish to express only one thing. That you, who are the father of us all, could teach our children the gratitude they owe to fathers. It is not for nothing that the 5th commandment tells us, honor your father and mother, that your days may be long upon the earth.
Ah, well, there it is.
Interior Orisini-Roseberg study, day 1780s. The director sits at his table with Salieri and Bonno.
I've just learned something that might be of interest to you, Herr Director.
Yes.
Mozart is writing a new opera, an Italian opera.
Italian.
I?
And that's not all. He has chosen for his subject Figaro, the marriage of Figaro.
You mean that play?
Exactly.
He's setting that play to music.
Yes.
You must be mad.
What is Marriage of Figaro?
It's a French play, Kapellmeister. It has been banned by the emperor.
Ha!
He crosses himself wide-eyed with alarm.
Are you absolutely sure?
I've seen the manuscript.
Where?
Never mind.
Interior Chamberlain von Strock's study day.
I know we banned this play, but frankly, I can't remember why. Can you refresh my memory, Herr Director?
For the same reason, Herr Chamberlain, that it was banned in France.
Oh, yes. And that was...
Well, the play makes a hero out of a valet. He outwits his noble master and exposes him as a lecher. Do you see the implications? This would be in a grander situation, as if a chamberlain were to expose an emperor.
Oh,
Interior, the Emperor's study day, 1780s. The Emperor stands in the middle of the room in close conversation with von Strock, Orsini and Rosenberg, von Swieten and Bonno. Salieri is not present. A door opens and a lackey announces.
Herr Mozart!
They all turn. Mozart approaches rather apprehensively and kisses Joseph's hand.
Sit down, gentlemen, please.
They all sit, save Mozart. The room suddenly looks like a tribunal. Joseph is in a serious mood.
Mozart, are you aware I have declared the French play of Figaro unsuitable for theater?
Yes, sire.
Yet we hear you are making an opera from it. Is this true?
Who told you this, Majesty?
It is not your place to ask questions. Is it true?
Well, yes, I admit it is.
Would you tell me why?
With Majesty, it is only comedy.
What do you think, Mozart, is scarcely the point. It is what His Majesty thinks that counts.
But Your Majesty...
Mozart, I am a tolerant man. I do not censor things lightly. When I do, I have good reason. Figaro is a bad play. It stirs up hatred between the classes. In France, it has caused nothing but bitterness. My own dear sister Antoinette writes me that she is beginning to be frightened of her own people. I do not wish to see the same fear starting here.
Sire, I swear to Your Majesty, there is nothing like that in this story. I've taken out everything that could be offensive. I hate the politics.
I think you are rather innocent, my friend. In these dangerous times, I cannot afford to provoke our nobles or our people simply over a theater piece.
The others look at their king solemnly, all save Mozart.
But Majesty, this is just a frolic. It's a piece about love.
Love again.
But it's new. It's entirely new. It's so new, people go mad for it. For example, okay, I have a scene in the second act, and it starts with a duet, just a man and a wife quarreling, and then suddenly the wife's scheming little maid comes in, unexpectedly, a very funny situation, okay? So the duet becomes a trio. Now, then the husband's equally screaming valet comes in, trio into quartet, then a stupid old gardener, quartet becomes quintet, and so on and on and on, sextet, septet, octet. How long do you think I can sustain that?
I have no idea.
Yes, Your Majesty. Imagine the longest time such a thing could last, and then double it.
6 or 7 minutes, maybe 8.
20, sire. How about 20? 20 minutes of continuous music, no recitatives, huh?
Mozart.
Sir, only opera can do this. In a play, if there more than one person speaks at the same time, it's just noise. No one can understand a word. But with music, you can have 20 individuals all talking at once, and it's not noise. It's a perfect harmony. Isn't that marvelous?
Mozart, music is not the issue here. No one doubts your talent. It is your judgment of literature that's in question. Even with the politics taken out, this thing would still remain a vulgar farce. Why waste your spirit on such rubbish? Surely you can choose more elevated themes?
Elevated. What does this mean? Okay, elevated. The only thing a man should elevate is. Excuse me, I'm stupid, but I'm fed up with the word elevated things. Oh, dead legends. How can we go on writing forever about gods and legends?
Because they do. They go on forever. At least what they represent. The eternal in us, not the ephemeral. Opera is here to ennoble us, you and me, just as much as His Majesty.
Bello, bello barone, veramente.
Oh, bello. Come on now. Be honest. Wouldn't you all rather listen to your hairdressers than Hercules or Horatius or Orpheus? All of those old bores. Oh, people so lofty they sound as if they shit marble.
What?
Oh, govern your tongue, sir. How dare you?
Beat. All look at the Emperor.
Forgive me, Majesty. I am a vulgar man, but I assure you, my music is not.
You are passionate, Mozart, but you do not persuade.
Sire, the whole opera is finished. Do you know how much work went into it?
Yeah, His Majesty has been more than a patient, signore.
How could I persuade you? If you won't, let me show it.
That will do, Herr Mozart.
Just let me tell you how it begins.
Hey, Mozart.
May I just do that? Majesty, show you how it begins. Just that.
A slight pause, then Joseph nods.
Please.
Mozart falls on his knees.
Look, there's the servant, down on his knees. Do you know why? Not from any oppression. No, he's simply measuring a space. Do you know what for? His bed, his wedding bed, to see if it will fit.
He giggles. Interior Opera House Day, 1780s. Mozart sits on the stage of a harpsichord rehearsing the singers, taking the parts of Figaro and Susanna in the opening bars of the first act of The Marriage of Figaro. We watch Figaro measuring the space of his bed on the floor, singing and Susanna looking on, trying on the Countess's hat. Interior Salon Day, 1780s. Orisini-Roseberg and Bonno are sitting with Salieri.
Well, Mozart is already rehearsing.
Incredible.
The Emperor has given him permission.
Sì, veramente.
Well, gentlemen, so be it. In that case, I think we should help Mozart all we can and do our best to protect him against the Emperor's anger.
What anger?
About the ballet.
Ballet, what ballet?
Excuse me, didn't His Majesty specifically forbid ballet in his opera?
Yes, absolutely. Is there a ballet in Figaro?
Yes, in the third act.
Interior, the Opera House of Day, 1780s. It is a full orchestral rehearsal. Mozart is conducting from the harpsichord with his hands. He does not use a baton. The singers are all in practice clothes, not costumes. We are in Act 3 and we hear the Octavio exchange just before the march begins. Orisini-Roseberg and Bonno sit watching chairs. Suddenly, the march starts. Peasants and friends start to dance in. At the same moment, Orisini-Roseberg gets up and comes down to Mozart. He is accompanied by an anxious Bonno.
Mozart, Herr Mozart, may I have a word with you, please, right away?
Certainly, Herr Director.
He signals the cast to break off.
5 minutes, please.
The company disperses. Curious, the musicians look at Orisini-Roseberg.
Did you not know that His Majesty has expressly forbidden ballet in his operas?
Yes, but this is not a ballet. This is a dance at Figaro's wedding.
Exactly, a dance.
But surely the Emperor didn't mean to prohibit dancing when it's part of the story.
It is dangerous for you to interpret His Majesty's edicts. Give me your score, please.
Mozart hands him the score for which he is conducting.
Thank you.
He rips out a page. Bonno watches in terror.
What are you doing?
He rips out 3 more.
What are you doing here, Director?
Taking out what you should never have put in.
He goes on tearing the pages determinedly. Interior Salieri Salon, day 1780s. A servant opens the door to announce.
Herr Mozart.
Mozart brushes past him, straight toward Salieri, who rises to greet him. The little man is near hysterics.
Please, I have no one else to turn to, please.
He grabs Salieri. And Salieri says, when they're unmuted.
Aha, Wolfgang, what is it? Stay calm. Por favor, what's the matter?
It's unbelievable. The director has actually ripped out a huge section of my music, pages of it.
Really? Why?
I don't know. They say that I've got to rewrite the opera, but it's perfect as it is. I can't rewrite what's perfect. Can you talk to him?
Why bother with Orisini-Roseberg? He's obviously no friend of yours.
Oh, I could kill him. I could really. I mean, I could kill him. I actually threw the entire opera on the fire. He made me so angry.
Oh, you burned the score?
Oh, no. My wife took it out in time.
Oh, fortunate.
It's not fair that a man like that has power over our work.
But there are those who have power over him. I think I'll take this up with the Emperor.
Oh, Excellency, would you?
With all my heart, Mozart.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
He kisses Salieri's hand.
No, Herr Mozart, please. It's not a holy relic.
Mozart giggles with relief and gratitude. Interior Old Salieri's Hospital, night 1823.
I'm sure I don't need to tell you. I said nothing whatever to the Emperor. I went to the theater ready to tell Mozart that His Majesty had flown into a rage when I mentioned the ballet. When suddenly, to my astonishment, in the middle of the 3rd act, the Emperor, who never attends rehearsals, suddenly appeared.
Interior Opera House today, 1780s. In the background, the same recitativo before the march. The Emperor stills in surreptitiously with von Strack, his finger to his lips. He motions everyone not to rise and slips into a chair behind Salieri. Orisini-Roseberg and Bonno, the 3 conspirators, look at each other wide-eyed. The recitativo summons up the march, but instead there is silence. Mozart lays down his baton. The musicians lay down their instruments. The celebrants of Fatigo wedding come in with a few pitiful dance steps in procession, only to come presently to a halt, lacking their music. The singers try to go on singing, but they have no cues from their conductor or from the accompaniment. Everyone on stage looks lost. Though they attempt to go on with the story for a while, concentration grows on the faces of the conspirators. Mozart glances back at the group, sweated in the theater. Finally, the Emperor speaks up in a whisper.
What is this I don't understand? Is it modern?
Majesty, the Herr Director, he has removed the balletto that would have occurred at this place.
Why?
It is your regulation, sire. No ballet in your opera.
Mozart strains to hear what they are saying, but cannot.
Do you like this, Salieri?
It is not a question of liking. Your Majesty, your own law decrees it, I'm afraid.
Well, look at them.
We do look at them. The spectacle on the stage is now ground to a complete halt.
No. This is nonsense. Let me hear the scene with the music.
But, sire.
Oblige me.
Orisini-Roseberg acknowledges his defeat.
Yes, Majesty.
Orisini-Roseberg rises and goes down to where Mozart sits anxiously with the musicians, watching his approach.
Can we see the scene with the music back, please?
Oh, yes, certainly, Herr Director.
He looks back deliriously at Salieri, trying to indicate his gratitude. Salieri acknowledges with a slight and subtle nod. Orisini-Roseberg returns to his king.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go from where we stopped. The Count, aren't you so? Right away, please.
The singer scatters off stage and begin the scene again.
What I hoped by that edict, director, was simply to prevent hours of dancing like in French opera. There, it is endless, as you know.
Quite so, Majesty.
Cut back to Mozart at the forte piano, raising his hands. The musicians raise their bows. With a flourish, the happy composer begins to reprise of the scene, which has been cut out. The music of the march begins faintly. The celebrants of Figaro wedding start to enter and count, and the Countess sit at their chairs. In the theater, we see increasingly pleasure on the emperor's face, sullenness and defeat on the courtiers. Then, suddenly, without interruption, on a crescendo repeat of the march, we cut to the Interior Opera House, night 1780s. The theater is brilliantly lit for the first public performance of Figaro. Everybody is there, the Emperor, von Strack, Bonno, Orisini-Roseberg, von Swieten, even Madame Weber and her daughters in a box. The musicians all wear imperial livery. The actors on stage, now in costume, Mozart conducting, wear his Order of Golden Spur. The company wheels around in the music and restored march, which reaches a triumphant climax. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night.
So, Figaro was produced in spite of me. And in spite of me, a wonder was revealed. One of the true wonders of art. The restored third act was bold and brilliant. The fourth was a miracle.
The descending scale of strings in the final ensemble, tutti contente, Simone Cose fades in. Interior Opera House, night 1780s. We see a tableau on stage with the Count kneeling to the Countess. All are singing.
I saw a woman disguised in her maid's clothes hear her husband speak the first tender words he has offered her in years. Oh, only because he thinks she is someone else. I heard the music of true forgiveness filling the theater, conferring on all who sat there a perfect absolution. Oh, God was singing through this little man to all the world, unstoppable, making my defeat more bitter with each passing bar.
Close-up Salieri in his box, tears on his cheeks. He watches the ensemble and we listen to it for a long moment. Finally it fades, but continues underneath the following. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night 1823.
And then suddenly a miracle.
Interior Opera House, night 1780s. The ensemble reaches its climax and fades away. There is very quiet, slow chords immediately preceding the boisterous final chord. Salieri becomes aware that some of the audience are asleep and many others are apathetic. In the near silence, we see the Emperor yawn behind his hand. Those nearby look at him. Orisini-Roseberg smiles. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night.
Father, did you know what that meant? With that yawn, I saw my defeat turned into a victory. And Mozart was lucky the Emperor only yawned once. 3 yawns and the opera would fail the same night. 2 yawns within a week at most. With 1 yawn, the composer could still get...
Cut to Interior Salieri's salon, day 1780s. Mozart is pacing up and down. Salieri is listening sympathetically.
9 performances, 9. That's all it's had, and withdrawn.
I know, it's outrageous. Still, if the public doesn't like one's work, one has to accept the fact gracefully.
But what is it they don't like?
Well, I can't speak for the Emperor. I can speak for the Emperor. You made too many demands on the royal ear. The poor man can't concentrate for more than an hour, and you gave him 4.
What did you think of it yourself? Did you like it at all?
I think it's marvelous, truly.
What's the best opera ever written? I know it. Why didn't they come?
I think you overestimate our dear Viennese, my friend. Do you know You didn't even give them a good bang at the end of the songs, so they knew when to clap.
I know. Perhaps you should give me some lessons on that, huh?
I wouldn't presume. All the same, if it wouldn't be imposing, I would like you to see my new piece. It would be a tremendous honor for me.
Oh, no, the honor would be all mine.
Oh, grazie, mio caro Wolfgang.
Grazie a lei, Signor Antonio.
He bows too, giggling. Interior Opera House Night, 1780s, a performance of Salieri's Grand Opera. Auxerre, King of Ormus, deafening applause from a crowded house. We see the reception of the aria which we saw Cavalieri singing on the stage near the start of the film. Cavalieri, in a mythological Persian costume, is bowing to rapturous throng. Below her is Salieri. We see the Emperor, von Strack, Orisini-Roseberg, Bonno, and von Swieten, all applauding. We hear great cries of Salieri, Salieri, and bravo, and brava. Close up, Salieri looking at the crowd with immense pleasure. Then suddenly at close-up of Mozart standing in a box clapping wildly behind him. Seated are Schickenader and the three girls we saw before in Mozart's apartment. Close-up of Salieri staring fixedly at Mozart, the Mozart still clapping, apparently with tremendous enthusiasm.
What was this? I never saw him excited before by any music but his own. Could he mean it?
Interior, Old Salieri's Hospital Room, Night, 1823.
Would he actually tell me my music had moved him? Was I really going to hear that from his own lips? I found myself actually hurrying the tempo of the finale.
Interior Opera House Night, 1780s. Salieri conducting the last scene from Auxerre, King of Ormus. On stage, we see a big scene of acclamation. The hero and heroine of the opera accepting the crown amidst the rejoicing of the people. The decor and costumes are mythological Persian. The music is utterly conventional and totally uninventive. Close-up Mozart watching this in his box with Schickenader and the three actresses. He passes an open bottle of wine to them. He is evidently a little drunk, but keeps a poker face. The act comes to an end. Great applause, in which Mozart joins in, standing and shouting, "Bravo, bravo!" Then he leaves the box with Schickenader and the girls. Interior corridor of the Opera House, Night, 1780s.
Well?
Oh, sublime, utterly sublime.
What kind of music should be punished? That kind of music should be punishable by death.
Schickenader laughs. Interior of the stage, Opera House Night, 1780s. A crowd of people ring Salieri's at a respectful distance. The Emperor is holding out the civilian medal and chain.
I believe that this is the best opera yet written, my friends. Salieri, you are the brightest star in the musical firmament. You do honor to Vienna and to me.
Salieri bows his head. Joseph places the chain around his neck. The crowd claps. Salieri makes a kiss on his hand, but Joseph restrains himself and passes on. Cavalieri, smiling adoringly, gives him a deep curtsy, and he raises her up. The crowd all flock to Salieri with cries of words of approval. All want to shake his hand. They tug and pat him, but he has eyes only for one man. He looks about him, searching for him, and then he finds him. Mozart stands there. Eagerly, Salieri moves to him.
Mozart, it was good of you to come.
How could I not?
Did my work please you?
Oh, how could it not, Excellency?
Yes?
I never knew that music like that was possible.
You flatter me.
Oh, no, one hears such sounds, and what can one say but Salieri?
Salieri smiles. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room, Night, 1780s. Explosive laughter as Mozart and Schickenader enter the apartment, very pleased with themselves, and accompanied by the three actresses. The front door opens. Very gingerly, Mozart, still rather drunk, sticks his head into the room, anxious not to make a noise. He sees the strangers and breaks into a smile.
Oh, everybody's here. We've got some guests. Good. I brought some more.
He opens the door wide and admits Schickenader and the girls.
We'll have a little party. Come in. You know Herrasti Schneider? Huh? This is it. This is a very nice girl.
Wolfie,
Yes, my love.
these gentlemen are from Salzburg.
Salzburg. Oh, we were just talking about Salzburg. If you've come from my friend the Archbishop, you've arrived at just the right moment because I've got good news for him. I'm done with Vienna. It's over. Finished. Done with.
Wolfie, your father is dead.
What?
Your father is dead.
The first loud chord of the statue scene from Don Giovanni sounds. Mozart stares. Interior and Opera House Night, 1780s. The second chord sounds. On stage, we see the huge figure of the Commendador in robes and helmet, extending his arms and pointing in accusation. Interior and Opera House Night, 1780s. The second chord sounds. On the stage, we see huge nailed fists crash through the wall of painted dining room sets. The giant armored statue of the Commendator enters, pointing his finger in accusation at Don Giovanni, who sits at the supper table staring. His servant, Leporello, quaking with fear under the table.
Don Giovanni.
The figure advances on the libertine. We see Mozart conducting a pale and deeply involved. Music fades down a little.
So rose the dreadful ghost in his next and blackest opera. There on the stage stood the figure of a dead commander calling out, "Repent, repent!"
The music swells. We see Salieri standing alone in the back of a box, unseen, in semi-darkness. We also see that the theater is only half full. Music fades down.
And I knew, only I understood, that the horrifying apparition was Leopold, raised from the dead. Wolfgang had actually summoned up his own father to accuse his son before all the world. It was terrifying and wonderful to watch.
Music swells up again. We watch the scene on the stage as the Commendator addressed Giovanni, then back to Salieri in the box. Music down again. Interior, Old Salieri's hospital room, night, 1823.
Now, a madness began in me. The madness of a man splitting in half. Through my influence, I saw to it Don Giovanni was played only 5 times in Vienna, but in secret, I wanted to every one of those 5 all alone, unable to help myself, worshipping sound I alone seemed to hear.
Interior and Opera House, night, 1780s.
And hour after hour, as I stood there, understanding even more clearly how that bitter old man was still possessing his poor son from beyond the grave, I began to see a way, a terrible way. I could finally triumph over God, my torturer.
Music swells. On stage, Don Giovanni is seized and gripped by the statue's icy hand. Flames burst from an obviously artificial rocks. Demons appear and drag the libertine down to hell. The scene ends. Close-up Salieri staring wide-eyed. Cut to the exterior of Schikaneder's Theater, Vienna, night, 1780s. We see a huge and attractive posters and billboards advertising Schikaneder's troupe. The camera concentrates on one which reads as follows: Emanuel Schickenader, Impresario de Luxe, presents the celebrated Schikaneder troupe of players in an evening of parody, music, mirth, magic. All songs and speeches written by Emanuel Schickenader, who personally will appear in every scene. Interior Schikaneder's Theater, night, 1780s. Noise, smoke, and the audience is sitting at the tables for an evening of vaudeville. Mozart, Constanze, and their son Karl, now about 2 years old, and sitting on his mother's lap, are watching the parody scene by Schikaneder's troupe. They are rowdy, bawdy, and silly, incorporating motifs, situations, and tunes from Mozart's operas, which we have seen and heard before. On the table are bottles of wine, beer, and plates of sausage, etc. The parody. On stage, we see a set which parodies the dining room in Don Giovanni's palace shown before. Shiginator as Giovanni is dancing with the three actresses to the Minute from Don Giovanni, the end of Act 1, played by the quartet of tipsy musicians. Leporello is handing around wine on a tray. Suddenly there is a tremendous knocking from outside. The music slithers to a stop. All look at each other in a panic. Leporello drops his tray with a crash. All go quiet. One more knock is heard. Then all musicians, actresses, Don Giovanni and Leporello make a dash to hide under the table, which is far too small to accommodate them all. The table rocks. Shiginator is pushed out. He is terrified. He shakes elaborately. 3 more knocks are heard, louder.
Who is it?
1 more knock.
Come in.
In the pit of chromatic scale from the overture to Don Giovanni turns into anticipatory vamp. This grows more and more menacing until the whole flat representing the wall at the back falls down. An absurd pantomime horse gallops in. It has ridiculous expression and is manned by 4 men inside. Standing precariously on its back is a dwarf wearing a miniature version of the armor and helmet worn by the commendator. He sings in a high nasal voice.
Don Giovanni!
He tries to keep his balance as he trots in, but fails. He falls off onto the stage. He beats at the horse, trying to get back on.
Down! Down!
Bewildered, the horse looks about him. He cannot see his small rider, who is below its level of sight.
I'm here! I'm here!
The horse, amidst the laughter from the audience, fails to locate him. Exasperated, the dwarf signals to someone in the wings. A tall man strides out carrying a seesaw. Up on his shoulders stands another man. The dwarf stands on the lower end of the seesaw. There's a drum roll, and the man above jumps down onto a raised end of the commendators, is abruptly catapulted back to the horse, only backwards, so that he is facing the wrong way from Don Giovanni. The 2 men bow. The applauding audience retire off stage. The commendator tries to extend his arms in the proper menacing attitude, at the same time turn around to face Don Giovanni. This he finds difficult.
Don Giovanni!
Who the devil are you? What do you want?
I've come to dinner!
Dinner? How dare you? I am a nobleman. I only dine with people of my own height.
Are you drunk? You invited me! And my horse! Here he is! Ottavio!
The horse takes a bow. The little person almost falls off again.
Whoa! Whoa! Stop it! Stop it!
The 3 girls rush to his aid and reach him just in time. They're singing in the manner of 3 ladies, the latter to be put into the magic flute.
Be careful! Be careful!
Be careful!
Hold
on
tight
now!
They grab him.
Leave me alone! Stop it! I am a famous horseman!
And I am a famous horse.
He gives the ladies a radiant smile. The 3 ladies sing as before in close harmony.
He's adorable!
Second lady sings.
Adorable!
An orchestral chord. The 3 ladies turn to Ottavio and sing to him.
Give me your my darling, and I'll give you my heart. Take me to your stable, and never more we'll part.
I'm shy and very bashful. I don't know what to say.
Don't hesitate a second. Let's answer yesterday.
Ottavio neighs loudly and runs at the girls.
Stop it! What are you doing? Remember who you are! You're a horse! And they are whores!
Boos from the audience.
This is ridiculous. I won't have any of it. You're turning my house into a circus.
A trapeze sails in from above. On it stands a grand soprano wearing an elaborate Turkish costume, like a parody of Cavalieri's in Il Sigalio. She comes in singing a mad coloratura scale in the manner of matron Ella Artine.
Shut up! Women, women, women! I them.
He marches off stage.
Ah!
Dash me, bash me, lash me, flay me, slay me, at least I will be freed by death. Shut up! Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, at least I shall be freed by death. At last I shall be freed by... Ah!
The commendator pulls out his sword, reaches up, and thrusts her through with it. The soprano collapses onto the bar of the trapeze. The audience applauds. At the same time, 8 little people march out bearing a huge cauldron of steaming water. They sing as they march to the sound of the march that was cut from Act 3 of Figaro. They are dressed as miniature copies of the chorus in that scene, except that they are wearing cook's hats.
We're going to make a soprano stew. We're going to make a soprano stew. And when you make a soprano stew, any stupid soprano will do. Any stew, 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 any stupid soprano will do.
They set the giant pot down in the middle of the stage. The trapeze with the dead soprano is still swinging above the stage. We hear the chromatic scale from Don Giovanni Overture again, repeated and repeated, only now fast and tremolando to the excited vamp. Chickinator suddenly rides in on a real horse, waving a real sword. With this he cuts the string of the trapeze, and the soprano falls into the pot. As a tremendous splash of water, Chickinator rides out. More applause. All the little people produce a long wooden cooking spoons and climb up the sides of the pot. The 3 girls produce labeled bottles from under their skirts. The first is salt.
Behold.
Pepper.
Behold.
She sneezes and snaps.
Behold.
She hiccups. They throw them into the pot.
How long does it take to cook a soprano?
5 hours, 5 minutes, 5 seconds.
I can't wait that long. I'm starving.
So am I.
Chickinator marches in as Figaro.
In the pot, I have got a good dinner. Not a sausage or a stew, but a singer. Not a sausage or a stew, but a singer is the treat I've had a meat for my meat.
Oh, shut up. I'm sick to death of that tune.
Joseph and Mozart laughing delightedly with the audience.
Give me your hoof, my darling, and I'll give you my heart.
Shut up. I'm sick of that one too.
All the little people climb up to the rim of the pot. As they climb up, they all hum together the opening of Ein klein Nachtchen Musik.
Eine kleine Nacht music, sorry. And that one too.
The soprano rises, dipping with water in the middle of the pot.
Boil me, broil me, boil me.
All the little people beat her back down into the pot with their long wooden spoons.
Soil me, foil me, spoil me.
I can't eat her. The sopranos gave me hiccups. I want some hay.
Hey.
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 Hey, what?
Give them some hay, my darling.
My darling, and I'll give
you my heart.
my heart.
Shut up.
Leporello, we want some hay. Prestissimo, Leporello, where are you?
The table is raised in the air by Leporello, sitting under it on a bale of hay.
Behold.
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 Octavio, the horse, gives a piercing neigh and runs down to the hay.
Hey, 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 watch out, watch out.
The vamp starts again vigorously. The horse's rear end swings around on a hinge and turns his hindquarters straight onto the audience. The rest of him stays sideways. His tail springs up into the air to reveal a lace handkerchief modestly hiding his arsehole. Shrikinator offers him a handful of hay. The horse eats it, and out of the other end comes a long Viennese sausage. The audience roars with laughter. Another handful of hay out of it, and the end falls a string of sausages, then a large pie, crust and all, then a shower of iced cakes. Suddenly silence. Chickinator produces an egg from his pocket. Octavio, the horse, rears up in disgust.
Whoa, whoa, Octavio, whoa!
Leporello pries open the horse's mouth. Shiginator pops the egg into it. A breathless pause as a drum roll builds the tension. Up and up and up, and then suddenly out of the horse's rear end flies a single white dove. Wild applause. It flies into the audience. Immediately all the cast start humming the lyrical finale from Figaro, Tutte Continente. More and more doves fly out from the wings and fill the theater. Everybody picks up the sausages and cakes and begins to eat. The end of the sketch is unexpectedly lyrical and magical, and then suddenly the tempo changes, and the coarse strains of Ich mocht Waldekircher take over, and the whole company is dancing frantically. A general dance as the curtain falls. He rises immediately. The audience, including Mozart, is delighted. They applause vigorously. Shiginator takes a bow amongst the troupe. Among much whistling and clapping, he finally jumps up on stage and strides through the audience forward toward the table where Mozart sits with his family. On stage, a troupe of bagpipers immediately appears and plays an old German tune. Some of the audience joins in singing in.
Well, how do you like that?
Mozart is smiling. He has been amused. Constance has been less amused and is looking apprehensive.
Wonderful. He liked the monkey, didn't you?
Yes, well, it's all good fun.
I like the horse.
Shiginator sits at the table and drinks from a bottle of wine.
Isn't he marvelous? He cost me a bundle, that horse, but he's worth it, I tell you. If you played Don Giovanni here, it would have been a great success. I'm not joking. These people aren't fools. You could do something marvelous for them.
I'd like to try them someday. I'm not sure I'd be much good at it.
Oh, of course you would. You belong here, my boy, not the snobby court. You could do anything you felt like here. The more fantastic, the better. That's what people want, you know, fantasy. You could do a big production, fill it with beautiful magic tricks, and you'll be absolutely free to do anything you want. Of course, you'd have to put a fire in it because I've got the best fire machine in the city and a big flood. I can do you the finest water effects you ever saw in your life. Oh, and a few trick animals. You'd have to use those.
Animals?
I tell you, I picked up a snake in Dresden last week. 12 foot long, folds up to 6 inches, just like a paper fan. It's a miracle.
Mozart laughs.
I'm serious. You'd write a proper part for me with a couple of catchy songs. I'll guarantee you'll have a triumph deluxe. Mind you, it'll have to be in German.
German?
Of course. What else do you think they speak here?
No, I love it. I'd want it to be in German. I haven't done anything in German since Aurelio.
So there you are. What do you say?
How much will you pay him?
I see you've got your manager with you. Well, madame, how about half the receipts?
Half the receipts? Stancy.
I'm talking about now. How much will you give him now? Down payment?
Down payment? Who do you think I am? The emperor? Whoops! I have to go.
He rises in haste for his next number.
Stay where you are. You're going to like this next one. We'll speak again. Triumph deluxe, my boy.
He winks at Mozart and disappears toward the stage. Mozart looks after him, enchanted.
You are not going to do this.
Why not? Half the house.
When? We need money now. Either he pays now or you don't do it.
Oh, Stancy.
I don't trust this man. And I didn't like what he did with your opera. It was common.
Well, you liked it, didn't you? Monkey flunky punky?
Have the house. You'll never see a penny. I want it here in my hand.
Stancy, Mancy. I'll put it in your hand.
Shut up. I'll not let you put anything in my hand until I see some money.
He giggles like a child. Interior Schlumberg house hallway. Day in the 1780s. Dogs are barking wickedly. Michael Schlumberg comes in from his salon. Mozart stands there looking very unwell and bewildered. He is also drunk, but making a careful attempt to keep his composure.
Herr Mozart, what a surprise! What can I do for you?
Is my pupil still anxious to learn the art of music?
Well, your pupil is married and living in Manhattan, young man.
Really? Perhaps your dear wife might care to profit from my instruction?
What is this, Mozart? What's the matter with you?
Well, since it appears nobody is eager to hire my services, could you favor me with a little money instead?
What for?
If a man cannot earn, he must borrow.
Well, this is hardly the way to go about it.
No doubt, sir, but I'm endowed with talent and you with money. If I offer mine, you should offer yours.
Pause.
I'm sorry? No.
Please, I'll give it back. I promise. Please, sir.
My answer is no, Mozart.
Please,
Close
please,
to
please, please,
Mozart. His voice becomes mechanical.
please, 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 please,
Interior
please,
the Imperial Library, day 1790s. Von Swieten and Salieri stand close together. Several scholars and students are examining scrolls and manuscripts at the other end of the room.
This is embarrassing, you know. You introduced Mozart to some of my friends and he's begging from practically all of them. It has to stop.
I agree, Baron.
Can't you think of anyone who might commission some work from him? I've done my best. I've got him to arrange some Bach for my Saturday concerts. He got a fee, what I could afford. Can't you think of anyone who might do something for him?
No, Baron, no, I'm afraid Mozart is a lost cause. He has managed to alienate practically the whole Vienna. He is constantly drunk. He never pays his debts. I can't think of one person to whom I dare recommend him.
How sad. It's tragic, isn't it? Such a talent.
Indeed. Just a moment. As a matter of fact, I think I do know someone who could commission a work from him. A very appropriate person to do it. Yes.
The opening measures of the piano concerto in D minor steal in. Cut to interior, the costume shop of Vienna, day 1790s. This is exactly the same shop which Mozart and Constanze visited with Leopold. Now Salieri's servant stands in it, waiting. We see a few other customers being served by the staff, renting masks, costumes, etc. One of the staff emerges from the back of the shop carrying a large box, which he hands to Salieri's servant. The servant leaves the shop. Through the window we see him hurrying away through the snowy streets, full of passerbys, carriages, etc. Interior Salieri's apartment, dusk, 1790s. The D minor concerto continues. Salieri, alone, eagerly opens the box from the costume shop and takes out the same dark cloak and hat that Leopold wore to the masquerade. Only now attached to the hat is a dark mask whose mouth is cut into a frown, not a laugh. It presents a bitter and menacing expression. He puts on the cloak, the hat, and the mask and turns his back. Suddenly, we see the assembled of alarming imagery reflected into a full-length mirror. The music swells darkly. Exterior snowy street in Vienna, dusk, 1790s. As the tutti of D minor concerto continues, we see Salieri dressed in this menacing costume, dark against the snow, stalking through a street, which is otherwise lively with people and going to various festivities. Some of them wear frivolous carnival clothes. Interior Mozart's living room, dusk. Mozart sits writing at a table. He appears to now be really quite sick. His face expresses pain from his stomach cramps. There is a gentle knock at the door. He rises and goes to the door and he opens it. Immediately there is a shock cut. The dark frowning mask stares at him and at us. The violent D minor chord which opens Don Giovanni is heard. Salieri in costume stands in the doorway.
Herr Mozart,
The second chord sounds and fades. Mozart stares in panic.
I have come to commission work from you.
What work?
A mass for the dead.
What dead? Who is dead?
A man who deserves a requiem mass and never got one.
Who are you?
I am only a messenger. Do you accept? You will be paid well.
How much?
Salieri extends his hand. In it is a bag of money.
50 ducats. Another 50 when I have the mass. Do you accept?
Almost against his will, Mozart takes the money.
How long will you give me?
Work fast, and be sure to tell no one what you do. You will see me again soon.
He turns away. Mozart closes the front door. Instantly, we hear the opening of a Requiem Mass, also in D minor. Mozart turns and looks up at the portrait of his father on the wall. The portrait stares back. Constance opens the door from the bedroom. She sees him staring up.
Wolfie? Wolfie!
He looks at her with startled eyes. The music breaks off.
Who was that?
No one.
I heard voices.
He gives a strange little giggle.
What's the matter?
She sees the bag of money.
What's that? Oh, who gave you this? How much is it? Wolfie, who gave you this?
I'm not telling you.
Why not?
You'd think I was mad.
He stares at her. She stares at him. Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, night 1823. Old Salieri is now wildly animated, totally driven by his confession to Vogler.
My plan was so simple. It terrified me. First, I must get the death mass, and then achieve the death.
Vogler stares at him in horror.
What?
His funeral, imagine it. The cathedral, all Vienna sitting there, his coffin, a Mozart's little coffin in the middle. And suddenly, in that silence, music. A divine music bursts out over them all, a great mass of death. Requiem Mass for Wolfgang Mozart, composed by his devoted friend, Antonio Salieri. What sublimity, what depth, what passion in the music. Salieri has been touched by God at last, and God forced to listen, powerless to stop it. I at the end, for once, laughing at him. Do you understand? Do you?
Yes.
The only thing that worried me was the actual killing. How does one do that? How does one kill a man? It's one thing to dream about it. It's very different when you have to do it with your own hands.
He raises his own hands and stares at them. The raging dies. Arai from Mozart's Requiem Mass bursts upon us. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room, night, 1790s. Mozart sits working frantically at this demonic music. His whole expression is one of wildness and engulfing fever. He pours wine down his throat, spilling it, and grimaces as it hits his stomach. All around him are manuscripts. There is a banging at the front door. Mozart does not hear it. The music raves on. Another knocking comes, louder. Constance appears from the bedroom and stares at her distracted husband. The knocking is repeated again, even more violently and insistently.
Wolfie! Wolfie!
He looks at her. The music breaks off. Silence. An enormous bang at the door startles him. Constance moves to open it.
No, don't answer it.
Why?
Mozart springs up. He is clearly terrified.
Tell him I'm not here. Tell him I'm working on it. Come back later.
He runs out of the room into his workroom and shuts the door, now a little scared of herself. Constance goes to the front door and opens it cautiously. Chicanator stands there, floridly dressed as usual. Lorl is seen peeking out from the kitchen.
Oh, am I interrupting something?
Not at all.
Where's our friend?
He's not in, but he's working on it. He said to tell you.
Oh, I hope so. I need it immediately.
He pushes her into the room.
Is he happy with it?
He sees the manuscript on the table and goes to it eagerly.
Is this it?
He picks up a page without waiting for a reply.
What the devil is this? Requiem Mass? Does he think I'm in the funeral business?
Mozart opens the workroom door. We see him, and Chicanator sees him, wide-eyed, extremely pale and strange.
Leave that alone.
Wolfie,
Put it down.
what is this?
Put it down, I said. It's nothing for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What have you got for me? Is it finished?
What?
What? The vaudeville. What do you think?
Yes.
Can I see it?
No.
Why not?
Because there's nothing to see.
He giggles triumphantly. Chickinator stares at him.
Look, I asked you if we could start rehearsal next week, and you said yes.
Well, we can.
So let me see it. Where is it?
Mozart, with a bright, rather demented smile, presents his head to Chickinator.
Here. It's all right here, in my noodle. The rest is scribbling and bibbling and scribbling. Well, what? Would you like a drink?
He giggles. Chickinator suddenly grabs his lapels.
Look, you little clown. Do you know how many people I've hired for you? Do you know how many people are waiting?
Leave him alone.
I'm paying these people. Do you realize that?
He's doing his best.
I'm paying these people just to wait for you. It's ridiculous.
You know what's ridiculous? Your libretto. That's what's ridiculous. Only an idiot would ask Wolfie to work on that stuff.
Oh, yes? And what's so intelligent about writing a requiem?
Money. Money.
You're mad. She's mad, Wolfie.
Oh, yes. And who are you? He's worked for kings, for the emperor. Who are you?
Chickinator suddenly takes Mozart by the arms and speaks with him in intense appeal.
Listen, Wolfie, write it, please. Just write it down on paper. It's no good to anyone in your head. And flip the death mass.
Interior Salieri salon, days, 1790s. A frightened and tearful Lorl sits before Salieri.
Now, calm yourself. Calm. What's the matter with you?
I'm leaving. I'm not working there anymore. I'm scared.
Why? What has happened?
You don't know what it's like. Herr Mozart frightens me. He drinks all day, then takes all that medication, and it makes him worse.
What medicine?
I don't know. He has pains.
Where?
Here, in his stomach. They bend him right over.
Is he working?
I'm frightened, sir. Really, when he speaks, he doesn't make any sense. You know, he said he saw his father, and his father's dead.
Is he working?
I suppose so. He sits there all the time doing some silly opera.
Opera? Opera?
Please don't ask me to go back again. I'm frightened. I'm very, very frightened.
Are you sure it's an opera?
The overture to the magic flute begins grandly. To the music of the slow introduction, we see interior Mozart apartment, living room, night 1790s. The room is lit by a few candles, appears dirty. The camera shows us again Leopold's portrait on the wall, looking down upon the scene of disorder. Papers litter the table. Dirty dishes are piled up in the fireplace, and a forte piano lies Mozart's Masonic apron woven with symbols. To the more lyrical passage of the introduction, we saw Mozart take up a candle and enter. Interior Mozart apartment, bedroom, night 1970s. We watch him stand beside Constanze, who lies asleep. Mozart now looks very ill. His wife appears worn out. Tenderly he touches her hair. Then he moves to the cot where his son Karl lies asleep and kneels. Pulls up the child's little blanket. For a moment he lays his own head beside the boy's. Constanze opens her eyes and stares at him. Mozart rises and returns to interior Mozart apartment, living room, night. The introduction ends, and suddenly the brilliant fast fugue begins. Instantly Mozart stands to the dance to it. All alone, gleefully like a child, he looks up at his father's portrait and makes a silly, rude gesture at it. He is briefly an irresponsible and happy boy again. Then suddenly there is gentle knocking at the door. The music fades down. Warily Mozart crosses and opens the door. The familiar dark chords of Don Giovanni cut across the happy music. It ends. Before him stands the masked stranger.
I don't have it yet. It's not finished. I'm sorry, but I need more time.
Are you neglecting my request?
No, I promise you. I'll give you a wonderful piece, the best I ever can.
He turns and looks. Constance's hat has come into the living room. Nervously, Mozart indicates her.
This is my wife, Constanze. I've been sick, but I'm all right now, aren't I?
Oh, yes, sir. He's all right. And he's working on it very hard.
Just give it 2 more weeks, please.
Salieri contemplates them both.
The sooner you finish, the better your reward. Work.
He turns and goes down the stairs. Mozart shuts the door. He closes his eyes in fear.
Wolfie, I think you really are going mad. You work like a slave for that idiot actor who won't give you a penny. And here, this is not a ghost. This is a real man who puts down real money. Why on earth don't you finish it?
He will not look at her or reply.
Give me one reason I can understand.
I can't write it.
Why not?
It's killing me.
He looks at her suddenly.
No, this is really awful. You're drunk, aren't you? Be honest. Tell me. You've been drinking? And I'm so stupid I stay here and listen to you.
Suddenly she starts to cry.
It's not fair. I worry about you all the time. I try to help you all I can. And you just drink and talk nonsense and frighten me. It's not fair.
Her tears flow. Mozart looks up at her helplessly.
Go back to bed.
Please, let me sit here. Let me stay here with you. I promise I won't say a word. I'll just be here so you know no one's going to hurt you. Please, please.
She sits down tearfully, staring at him. We hear the Rex Tremandi Magistratus from the Requiem and see on the wall the portrait of Leopold Mozart looking down. The camera pans down slowly downward from it back to the table. Mozart is writing the music. He looks up and sees that Constance is fast asleep in her chair. Mozart gets up quietly. He puts on his hat and cloak and takes a bottle of wine and tiptoes from the house. Without stopping, the music changes from a heavy requiem to the light-hearted patter of the Papa duet from the magic flute. Interior Schikaneder's Summer House Night, 1790s. This little wooden structure stands in a courtyard in the tenement by Weeden. Inside, we see a table, chairs, a forte piano, bottles, and a chaos of papers. Strewn about in the chairs are 3 actresses giggling. Schikaneder and Mozart, both drunk, are singing the duet of the Two Birds People. The actors sing Papageno, and the composer in a soprano voices sings Papagena. At the keyboard, absurdly, they end up rubbing their noses and fall on each other's necks. Exterior Vienna Street Nights, 1790s. Mozart, drunk and happy, staggers back through the snow. There are few people about. He goes into his apartment building. Interior Mozart apartment building day, 1790s. He comes to the door. He stares across the living room at the open bedroom door. Puzzled, he crosses. The bedroom is also empty. We see Constance's empty bed, Carl's empty bed, empty closets.
Stanzi, Mary Beanie.
He looks about him, puzzled. Interior Frau Weber's house, living room, day, 1790s. Frau Weber sits grimly talking. Mozart sits also, completely exhausted and passive under the rain of her constant speech.
She's not coming back, you know. She's gone for good. I did it, and I'm proud of it. Leave, I said. Right away. Take the child and go. Just go. Here's the money. Go to the spa and get your health back. That's if you can. I was shocked to my foundation. Is that my girl? Could that be my Stanzi? Happy little muppet I brought out, that poor, trembling thing. Oh, you monster. No one exists but you, do they? You and your music. Do you know how often she sat in that very chair, weeping her eyes out of her head because of you? I warned her. Choose a man, not a baby, I said. Would she listen? Well, who listens? He's just a silly boy, she says. Silly my arse. Selfish. That's all you are. Selfish. Selfish.
And with a scream, Madame Weber's voice turns into the shrill packing colorata of the second act of aria of the Queen of the Night in the Magic Flute. Interior, Schikaneder's Theater Night, 1790s. On the stage, we see Queen of the Night, fantastically costumed, fiercely urging her daughter to kill Sarastro. As she sings, we see the interior of the theater now rearranged from when we last visited to watch the cabaret. An audience of ordinary German citizens stands in the pit area or sits. They are rapt and excited. The theater also possesses boxes. Some of these show closed curtains, their inhabitants presumably engaged in private intimacies. In one of them sits Salieri.
A hellish wrath within my heart is seething. Death and destruction flame around my throne, if not by thee, Sarastro's light, be extinguished. Then thou, mine own daughter, nevermore, rejected be forever, so sundered be forever all the bonds of kin and blood. Hear, 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 God of vengeance, hear thy mother's vow.
Thunder and lightning, she disappears amidst tremendous applause from the audience. Exterior outside the theater, night 1790s, on the poster for the magical flute. The name Emanuel Schikaneder should appear very, very large, and the name of Mozart quite small. I. and R. Priv, Whedon Theater. The actors of the Imperial and Royal Privilege Theater of Whedon have the honor to perform The Magic Flute, a grand opera in 2 acts, by Emanuel Schikaneder. The cast list. The music is by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Bear Mozart, out of respect for a gracious and honorable public and a friendship with the author of this piece, will today direct the orchestra in person. The book of the opera furnished with 2 copper plates, of which is engraved Schikaneder in the costume he wears for the role of Pagano, may be held at the box office for KR. Prices and admission are usual to begin at 7 o'clock. Interior, stage, auditorium in the Wings, Schikaneder's Theater, night 1790s. We cut to the scene immediately before Papagino's song, In Machen oder Weibchen. Papagino, played by Schikaneder, dressed in his costume of feathers, is trying to get through the mysterious door. A voice calls from within.
Go back!
Papagino recoils.
Merciful gods, if only I knew which door I came in! Which was it? Was it this one? Come on, tell me.
Go back!
Papagino recoils.
Well, now I can't go forward and I can't go back. Oh, this is awful.
He weeps extravagantly. In the pit, Mozart indicates the first violinist to take over as conductor. He slips from his place and goes stealthily backstage. We follow him. Over the scene, we hear Papagino being addressed by the first priest in stern tones.
Man, thou hast deserved to wander forever in the darkest chasms of the earth. The gentle gods have remitted thy punishment, but yet thou shalt never feel the divine content of the consecrated ones.
Oh, well, I'm not alone in that. Just give me a decent glass of wine. That's divine content enough for me.
Laughter. An enormous goblet of wine appears out of the earth. We follow Mozart into the wings. Actors and actresses stand around in fantastic costumes. We see a flying chariot and parts of a huge snake lying about. Also the scenery door of a temple with the word wisdom inscribed on the pediment. Mozart walks to where there stands a keyboard, Glockenspiel, with several manuals and a musician waiting to play it. Silently, Mozart indicates that he wishes to play the instrument himself. On stage, Schikaneder is being addressed haughtily by the first priest.
Man, hast thou no other desire on earth but just to eat and drink?
Well,
Laughter from the audience.
well, actually, I do have a rather weird feeling in my heart. Perhaps it's just indigestion, but I really do want something even nicer than food and drink. Now, what on earth could that be?
He stares at the audience and winks at them. They laugh. Now Papagino's aria in Machen oder
Ein
Weibchen
Mädchen über Weibchen.
begins. It is interpolated as he pretends to play his magic bells with the
Glockenspiel.
actually being played off stage by the Mozart. Schikaneder looks into the pit and does not see Mozart conducting. He looks into the wings and realizes the situation with amusement. He sings joyfully and the audience watches entranced.
A sweetheart or a pretty little wife is Papageno's wish. A willing, billing, lovey-dovey would be my most tasty little dish. Be my most tasty little dish. Be my most tasty little dish.
Then that would be eating and drinking. I'd live like a prince without thinking. The wisdom of old will be mine, a woman so much better than wine. Then that would be eating and drinking. The wisdom of old would be mine. A woman's much better than wine. She's much better than wine. She's much better than wine.
A sweetheart or a pretty little wife is Papageno's wish. A willing, billing, lovey-dovey would be my most tasty little dish.
I need to net one birdie only, and I will stop feeling so lonely. But if she won't fly to my aid, then into a ghost I must fade. I need to net one birdie only, but if she won't fly to my aid, then into a ghost I must fade. To a ghost I must fade. To a ghost I must fade.
A sweetheart or a pretty little wife is Papageno's wish. A willing, billing, lovey-dovey would be my most tasty little dish.
At present the girls only peck me, their cruelty surely will wreck me. But one little beak in my own, and I'll up to heaven be flown. At present the girls only peck me, but one little beak on my own, and I'll up to heaven be flown. To heaven be flown, up to heaven be flown.
At certain moments we see the stage from Salieri's point of view, Schikaneder swinging, then pretending to play, and then we see Mozart playing the Glockenspiel with great flourishes in the wings. Then suddenly the actor mimes playing, and no sounds come. He mimes again, but still nothing comes. He looks off stage in anxiety. There is evidently some commotion. People are looking down on the floor. The song comes to a near halt. Schikaneder stares. Then the comedian signals to the deputy conductor to pick up the song and finish it. At that moment, Salieri gets up and hastily leaves his box. Interior the wings of Schikaneder's theater, night 1790s, we see the actress playing Papagena, wearing an old tattered cloak and about to tie the little painted cloth representing a hideous old woman over her face. She is looking worriedly down at Mozart, who is lying unconscious on the floor. A few people around him are trying to revive him. One has put a wet handkerchief around his temples. Another is holding a small bottle of smelling salts. There are voices saying, "Doctor, take him to a dressing room. Someone call a carriage. Take him home," etc. Papagena is urged to go on stage by a distracted stage manager. Suddenly, we hear the voice of Salieri.
I'll take care of him.
He steps forward.
I have a carriage. Excuse me.
The actor stepped back respectfully. He stoops and picks up the frail composer in his arms. Mozart is quite limp, and Salieri has to fling his arms around his own neck. All this is watched nervously by Schikaneder on stage whilst performing his scene with Papagena and the ugly old woman.
"Here I am, my angel."
Ugh, who the devil are you?
"I've taken pity on you, my angel, and I heard your wish."
Oh, well, thank you. How wonderful. Some people get all the luck.
Audience laughter. The actress raises the little painted cloth with an ugly old face on it to show her own pretty young one to the audience. More laughter.
"Now you've got to promise me faithfully you will remain true to me forever. Then you'll see how tenderly your little birdie will love you."
I can't wait.
"Well, promise then."
What? You mean now?
"Of course now, right away, before I get any older."
Laughter.
I mean, I don't know. You're a delicious, delightful, delectable little bird, but don't you think you might be just a little tough?
"Oh, I'm tender enough for you, my boy. Tender enough for you."
Laughter. Exterior, Schickenader's Theater, night, 1790s. A waiting sedan chair. Mozart has recovered consciousness, but looks exceedingly ill. Salieri has set him down in the winter's night. Snow is falling.
What happened? Is it over?
I'm taking you home. You're not well.
No, I have to go back. I have.
He starts to collapse again. Salieri helps him up into the sedan. The door is shut. The chair sets off and Salieri strides beside it. Through the mean street, a lantern with a candle swings from the chair. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room, night, 1790s. The door opens. Salieri enters carrying the lantern from the sedan chair. He is followed by Mozart, carried in the arms of one of the porters. The room is now really in a complete disarray. The table is piled high with music. The pages of the Requiem lie amongst the empty wine bottles. The porter carries Mozart into Mozart's apartment bedroom. This room is miserably neglected. The bed is unmade. Clothes lie about on the floor. A sock has been stuck into the broken pane of the window. The porter lays Mozart down on the bed as Salieri lights the candles from the lantern to reveal plates of half-eaten food and other signs left by a man whose wife has departed. It is obviously very cold. Another very small bed nearby belongs to the child Karl.
Thank you. Go.
The porter leaves the room. Mozart stirs.
Papa, Papa, Papa.
He opens his eyes and sees Salieri staring down at him. He smiles.
Come now.
He helps him sit up and takes off his coat and his shoes and puts a coverlet around him.
Where is your wife?
Not here. She's not well either. She went to the spa.
You mean she's not coming back?
You're still good to me, truly. Thank you.
No, please.
I mean, to come to my opera, you're the only colleague you did.
He struggles to loosen his cravat. Salieri does it for him.
I would never miss anything that you had written. You must know that.
But this is only a vaudeville.
Oh, no. It is a sublime piece. The grandest. Operon. I tell you, you are the greatest composer known to me.
Do you mean that?
I do.
I have bad fancies. I don't sleep well anymore. And when I drink too much, I think stupid things.
Are you ill?
The doctor thinks I am, but
What?
I'm too young to be so sick.
There is a violent knocking at the front door. Mozart starts and looks around wildly.
Shall I answer it?
No, it's him.
Who?
The man, he's here.
What man?
The knocking increases in loudness, terrifying Mozart.
Tell him to go away. Tell him I'm still working on it. Don't let him in.
Salieri moves to the door.
Wait, ask him if he'd give me some money now. Tell him if he would, that would help me to finish it.
Finish what?
He knows.
Salieri leaves the room. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room, night. Salieri goes to the front door and opens it to reveal Schickenader, who has obviously come straight from the theater. He still wears the bird makeup under his street cloak. His feathers costumes is clearly seen. He has with him 3 actresses, also looking anxious and also in makeup, as the 3 attendants in the magic flute.
Ah, Herr Salieri.
Yes, I'm looking after him.
Can we come in?
Well, he's sleeping now. Better not.
But he's all right.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's just exhausted. He became dizzy. That's all. We should let him rest.
Well, tell him we were here, won't you?
Oh, of course.
And say everything went wonderfully. A trump deluxe. Say that. Tell him the audience shouted his name 100 times.
Oh, bueno.
I'll call tomorrow.
Yes. And congratulations to all of you. It was superb.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency.
Schickenader produces a bag of money.
Oh, by the way, give him this. This is his share. That should cheer him up, eh?
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, good night to you all now. It was perfection, truly.
Good night, Your Excellency. Good night.
They bob and curtsy. Schikaneder stares at Salieri uneasily, vaguely suspicious. Salieri smiles back at him and shuts the door. He stays for a moment, thinking. He contemplates the money. Interior Mozart's apartment bedroom. Mozart is sitting up in the bed, staring at the door. It opens. Salieri returns. He holds in his hands a bag of money.
What happened?
Salieri pours the coins out of the bag onto the coverlet.
He said to give you this, and if you finish the work by tomorrow night, he will pay you another 100 ducats.
Mozart looks at the coins, astonished.
Another? But that's too soon, tomorrow night. It's impossible. Did he say 100?
Yes. Could I help you in any way?
Would you? Actually, you could.
Oh, my dear friend. It would be my greatest pleasure.
But you'd have to swear not to tell a soul. I'm not allowed.
Of course.
You know, it's all here in my head. It's just ready to be set down. But when I'm dizzy like this, my eyes won't focus and I can't write.
Then let us try together. I'd regard it as such an honor. Oh, tell me, what is this work?
A mass for the dead.
Interior small dance hall, Baden night, 1790s. Trivial dance music is playing. Constance is doing a waltz with a young officer in the military uniform. At the moment we see her, she stops abruptly as if in a panic.
What is it?
I want to go.
Where?
I want to go back to Vienna.
Now?
Yes.
Why?
I feel wrong. I feel wrong being here.
What are you talking about?
Interior Mozart's apartment bedroom night. Mozart is sitting up in bed, propped against the pillows. The coins lie on the coverlet. Many candles burn in the necks of the bottles. Salieri, without coat or wig, is seated at the improvised work table. On it are blank sheets of music, quills and ink. Also the score of Requiem Mass, as so far composed. Mozart is bright-eyed with a kind of fever. Salieri is also possessed with an obviously feverish desire to put down the notes as quickly as Mozart can dictate them.
Where did I stop?
The end of the recorder, statuen in parte dextra.
Okay. So now the confutatis maledictus, where the wicked are confounded. Flammes acribus addictus. How would you translate that?
Consigned to flames of woe.
Do you believe it?
What?
A fire which never dies, burning one forever.
Oh, yes.
Strange.
Come, let's begin.
He takes his pen.
Confutatis maledictus. Yeah, go ahead.
Confutatis maledictus.
We ended in F major?
Yes.
So now A minor, suddenly.
Salieri writes the key signature.
The fire.
What time?
Common time.
Salieri writes this and continues now to write as swiftly and as urgently as he can at Mozart's dictation. He is obviously highly expert at doing this and hardly hesitates. His speed, however, can never be too fast for Mozart's impatient mind.
I start with the voices. Basis first, the second beat of the first measure, A.
Singing a note, Confutus, speaking, second measure, second beat, singing, Maledictus, speaking, G sharp, of course.
I think that's lines. Confutatis. Okay, so second measure, second beat, maledictus, and G sharp, of course. And then the third measure, second beat, starting on E. Flammes acribus addictus. And fourth measure, fourth beat, maledictus, flammes acribus addictus. Do you have it?
I think so.
Sing it back, okay?
Oh, sorry. Salieri sings back the first 6 measures of the bass line. After the first 2 measures of a chorus of basses fades in on the soundtrack and engulfs his voice, they stop.
Good, good. Now the tenors. 4th beat on this first measure, C. Cantatis. Second measure, the 4th beat on D. Maledictus. All right?
Yes.
The 4th measure, second beat, F. Flamis agribus addictus, flamis agribus addictus.
His voice is lost on the last words as tenors engulf it and take over the soundtrack, singing their whole line from the beginning right to the end with the 6th measure where the basses stopped. But he goes on mouthing and with the sounds of them. Salieri writes feverishly. We see his pen jotting down notes as quickly as possible. The ink flicks on the page. The music stops again.
Now the orchestra, 2nd bassoon and bass trombone with the basses, identical notes in rhythm. The 1st bassoon and tenor trombone.
Oh, please, just one moment.
Mozart glares at him, irritated. His hands move impatiently. Salieri scribbles frantically.
It couldn't be simpler.
Oh, first bassoon and tenor trombone, what?
With the tenors.
Also identical?
Exactly. The instruments go with the voices, trumpets and timpani, tonic and dominant.
He again hums the bass vocal line from the beginning, conducting. On the soundtrack, we hear the 2nd bassoon and the bass trombone play with them, and the 1st bassoon and the tenor trombone come on top, playing with the tenor vocal line. We also hear the trumpets and timpani. The sound is bare and grim. It stops at the end of the 6th measure. Salieri stops writing.
And that's all?
Oh no, now for the fire. Strings in unison, ostinato and all like this.
Sings the urgent 1st measure of ostinato.
2nd measure on B.
He sings the 2nd measure of ostinato.
Do you have me?
I think so.
Okay, show me.
Salieri sings the first 2 measures of Sing ostinato.
Okay, good, good, yes, yes. Put it down. The next measure is exactly the same. Rising and rising, C to D, D to E, up to the dominant chord. Do you see?
As Salieri writes, Mozart sings ostinato from the beginning, but the unaccompanied strings overwhelm his voice on the soundtrack, playing the first 6 bars of their agitated accompaniment. They stop.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, yes, go on. The voca me. Okay, suddenly, sotto voce. Write that down. Sotto voce. Pianissimo. Voca me. Benedictus. Call among the blessed. Huh?
He is now sitting bolt upright, hushed and inspired.
C major. Sopranos and altos in the thirds, okay? Alto and C, sopranos above. Voca. Voca me, come benedictus.
Sopranos up to F on the 2nd vocal?
Yes, on the dictus.
Oh, yes.
He writes feverishly.
And underneath, just the violins, arpeggio.
He sings the violin figure under the voca me, bars 7, 8, 9.
And then descending scale in 8th notes, and then back suddenly to the fire again.
He sings the ostinato phrase twice.
And that's it. Do you have it?
You go too fast.
Do you have it?
Yes.
And then let me hear it, all of it, the whole thing, from the beginning now.
The entire confucius bursts over the room as Mozart snatches up the manuscript pages from Salieri. He reads it, singing. Salieri sits looking on in wondering astonishment. The music continues right through the following scenes to the end of the movement. Exterior country road, winter night, 1790s. A carriage is driving fast through the night. Snow lies on the countryside. Interior carriage night, 1790s. The carriage is filled with passengers. Among them, Constanze and Karl, her young son. They are sleepless and sway to the motion of the vehicle. Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom night, 1790s. Mozart lying in the bed, exhausted, but still dictating urgently. We do not hear what he is saying to Salieri, who sits writing sedulously. Mozart is looking very sick. Sweat is pouring from his forehead. Exterior country road, winter night, 1790s. The carriage is moving through the night to the sound of the music. Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom night, 1790s. Mozart still dictating. Salieri still writing without stop. Exterior Vienna Street, dawn. The carriage has arrived. Constance and her son, all right with the other passengers. Postilions attend to the horses. She takes her boy's hand. In the cold wintry dawn, the music stutters to a close. End of the Confutatus. Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom night.
Do you want to rest a bit?
Oh, no, I'm not tired at all.
We'll stop for just a moment, and then we'll do the Lacrimosa.
I can keep going. I assure you. Shall we try?
Would you stay with me while I sleep a little?
I'm not leaving you.
I'm so ashamed.
What for?
I was foolish. I thought you did not care for my work or me. Forgive me. Forgive me.
Mozart closes his eyes. Salieri stares at him. Exterior Vienna Street, wintry dawn, 1790s. Constance and Carl approach along the cobbled street, hand in hand, toward their house. Snow lies in the street. Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom dawn, 1790s. Mozart lies asleep in the bed, holding the last pages of the manuscript. Salieri lies across him on Carl's small bed, in his shirt sleeves and waistcoat. The child's bed is obviously too small for him, and he is forced into a cramped position. Exterior Mozart's apartment, house dawn, 1790s. Constance and Carl arrive at the door. They enter. Interior Mozart's apartment, living room, dawn, 1790s. It is disordered as before, save the table, previously littered with pages, is now completely bare. Constance looks at it with surprise and enters the bedroom. Interior Mozart's apartment, bedroom. Mozart is asleep in the bed. Salieri is dozing on the nearby child's bed. The room is full of the trailing smoke from the guttered candles. Startled by Constance's entrance and her young son, Salieri scrambles up. As he does so, he attempts to button his waistcoat, but does it ineptly, so that the vestment becomes bunched up, making him look absurd.
What are you doing here?
Your husband is ill, man. He took sick. I brought him home.
Why you?
Well, I was at hand.
Well, thank you very much. You can go now.
He needs me, ma'am.
No, he doesn't. And I don't want you here. Just go, please.
He asked me to stay.
And I'm asking you.
She notices a movement from the bed. Mozart wakes. He sees Constance and smiles with real joy. Forgetting Salieri, she goes to her husband.
Wolfie, I'm back. I'm still very angry with you, but I missed you so much.
She throws herself on the bed.
I'll never leave you again. If you just try a little harder to be nice to me, and I'll try to do better too. We must. This was just silly and stupid.
She hugs her husband desperately. He stares at her with obvious relief, not able to speak. Suddenly she sees the manuscript in his hand.
What is this?
She looks at it and recognizes it.
Oh no, not this. Not this, Wolfie. You're not to work on this ever again. I've decided.
She takes it from his weak hand, and at the same moment Salieri reaches out his hand to take it and add it to the pile on the table. She stares at him, trying to understand, suspicious and frightened at the same time, unable to make a sound. Mozart makes a convulsive gesture to reclaim the pages. The coins brought by Salieri fall on the floor. Carl runs after them, laughing.
This is not his handwriting.
No, I was assisting him. He asked me.
He's not going to work on this anymore. It is making him ill. Please.
She extends her hand for the requiem. As she stands up, Salieri hesitates.
Please.
With extreme reluctance, it costs him agony to do it. Salieri hands over the score of the requiem to her.
Thank you.
She marches with the manuscript over to a large chest in the room, opens it, throws the manuscript inside, shuts the lid, locks it, and pockets the key. Involuntarily, Salieri stretches out his arms for the lost manuscript.
But.
She turns and faces him.
Good night.
He stares at her, stunned.
I regret we have no servants to show you out, Herr Salieri. Respect my wish and go.
Madam, I will respect him. He asked me to stay here.
They look at each other in mutual hatred. She turns to the bed. Mozart appears to have gone asleep again.
Wolfie? Wolfie?
She moves to the bed. The child is playing with the large coins on the floor. Faintly, we hear the start of the Lacrimosa from the Requiem. Salieri watches as she touches her husband's hand. As the music grows, we realize that Mozart is dead. Close up, Constance staring wide-eyed in dawning apprehension. Close up of Salieri, also comprehending that he has been cheated. The music rises. Close up, the child on the floor playing with the money. Exterior Stevens Cathedral, Vienna, a rainy day, 1790s. The Lacrimosa continues through all the following. A small group of people emerges from the side door. The raw, wet day accompanying a cheap wooden coffin. The coffin is borne by a gravedigger and chicaneer in mourning clothes. They load it onto a cart drawn by a poor black horse. All the rest are in black, also Salieri, von Swieten, Constance, and her son Karl, Madame Weber and her youngest daughter Sophie, even Lorl, the maid. It is drizzling. The cart sets off. The group follows. Exterior outside the city walls of Vienna, rainy day, 1790. The group has already passed beyond city limits. Following the miserable cart, the Lacrimosa accompanies them with its measured tread. The drizzle of rain has now become heavy. One by one, the group breaks up in shelters. Under the trees, the cart moves toward the cemetery, alone, followed by nobody. Growing more and more distant, they watch it go. Salieri and von Swieten shake hands mournfully, the water soaking their black tall hats. Chicaneer is in tears. Constance is near collapse. Salieri moves to assist her, but she turns away from him, seeking the arm of Cavaliere. Madame Weber takes Karl's hand. The music builds to its climax on Donna es Passim. We cut back to interior old Salieri's hospital room, morning, 1823. Morning light fills the room. Old Salieri sits weeping convulsively as the music stops. Tears stream down his face. Vogler watches him, amazed.
Why? Why? Why add to your misery by confessing to murder? You didn't kill him.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I poisoned his life.
But not his body.
What difference does that make?
Oh, my son, why should you want all Vienna to believe you're a murderer? Is that your penance, is it?
No, Father. From now on, no one will be able to speak of Mozart without thinking of me. Whenever they say Mozart with love, they'll have to say Salieri with loathing. And that's my immortality. At last, our names will be tied together for eternity. His in fame and mine in infamy. At least it's better than the total oblivion he'd planned for me. Your merciful God.
Oh, my son, my poor son.
No, don't pity me. Pity yourself. You serve a wicked God. He killed Mozart, not I. He took him, snatched him away without pity. He destroyed his beloved rather than let a mediocrity like me get the smallest share of his glory. He doesn't care. Understand that. God cares nothing for the man he denies and nothing either for the man he uses. He broke Mozart in half when he'd finished with him and threw him away like an old worn-out flute.
Exterior cemetery of St. Mark's, late afternoon, 1790s. The rain has eased off. A local priest with two boys, acolytes, is standing beside the open communal grave. Mozart's body is lifted out of the cheap pine box in a sack. We see the grave contains 20 other such sacks. The grave digger throws the one containing Mozart among the others. An assistant pours quicklime over the whole pile of them. The acolytes swing their censers.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Interior Old Salieri's hospital room, morning, 1823.
And why did he do it? Why didn't he kill me? Huh? I had no value. What was the use? keeping me alive for 32 years of torture, 32 years of honors and awards.
He tears off the civilian medal and chain with which the Emperor invested in him and has been wearing the whole time and throws it across the room.
Being bowed to and saluted, called distinguished Salieri, by men incapable of distinguishing. 32 years of meaningless fame to end up alone in my room, watching myself become extinct. My music growing fainter, all the time fainter, until no one plays it at all. And his growing louder, filling the world with wonder. And everyone who loves my sacred art crying, Mozart, bless you, Mozart.
The door opens, an attendant comes in, cheerful and hearty.
Good morning, Professor. Time for the water closet. And then we've got your favorite breakfast for you. Sugar rolls. He loves those. Fresh sugar rolls.
Salieri ignores him and stares only at the priest, who stares back.
Goodbye, Father. I'll speak for you. I speak for all mediocrities in the world. I am their champion. I am their patron saint. On their behalf, I deny him. Your God of no mercy, your God who tortures men with longings they can never fulfill. He may forgive me. I shall never forgive him.
He signs to the attendant, who wheels him in his chair out of the room. The priest stares after him. Interior corridor of the hospital morning. The corridor is filled with patients in white linen smocks, all taking their morning exercises, walk in the care of nurses and nuns. They form a long, wretched, strange procession. Some of them are clearly very disturbed. As old Salieri is pushed through them in his wheelchair, he lifts his hands to them in benediction.
Mediocrities everywhere, now and to come. I absolve you all. Amen. Amen.
Finally, he turns full face to the camera and blesses us, the audience, making the sign of the cross underneath. We hear, stilling in the growing louder, the tremendous Masonic funeral music of Mozart. On the last four chords, we fade out. The end. Woo! Wow. Congrats, everyone, for
sticking it out.
Yes.
I think that was our longest script ever.
That is for sure the longest script ever.
No, let's do Gone with the Wind.
That is a marathon, not a sprint, yo. Wow. Woo.
You guys all won the race.
Bravo, 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 bravis. Yay, yay.
It totally reminded me of when I went to school in Mosley and we used to do the Terry Fox run from the school to the grain elevator, like all the time. Like we literally did it as little kids.
All right.
Long marathon, eh? Yep.
It was like a beautiful marathon for a worthy cause. We're inspiring people just like he did. It's awesome.
And you all did amazing. It was super entertaining. I think it's a great script, and it was super entertaining to hear you guys all say it. But I know it's late, and some of you have to go, so we will do the outros. Salieri, Vicki Dykes, please.
Hello, I'm Vicki Dykes. I'm an actress in Central Alberta. I've been enjoying doing different voices, so hopefully in the future I'll get myself into some voiceover. You can find me on Facebook under my name, Vicki Dykes, and I'm on Instagram. I'm Yoga Grandma 7.
Okay, Yoga Grandma, where's your TV show?
I'm actually going to be talking to my producer on the 1st of September, so that's a good thing. I don't know when.
That's a very good thing. And coming soon. That's awesome. Petra, Stedman.
Hi. Mostly at the moment findable on at Petra Stedman on what is the one with the word? Twitter. Sorry. Wow, brain. Working on writing and acting, and this is mostly where I can be found. Chatting with these fantastic people, reading these amazing strips, and that was it. This was an amazing, long script. Good movie though.
Yes. Constance, Tessie, where can they find you?
Hi.
All that jazz.
Well, you can find me on social media at Tessie Herrasti. And then I also have a website, www.tessie, Tessie, Herrasti, HERRASTI.com. Right now I'm just writing a lot and having fun, and great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
We're so happy you could finally join us. I know you've been busy. So you write, you act, what else?
Yeah, I write, I act. I'm currently in the journey of learning the Irish harp. It's pretty hard, but I'm enjoying the process. And yeah, just
Awesome.
acting.
Perfect. Angelina Peterson.
Hi, I'm Angelina. I'm mostly found around here and social media, Angel CDP. I'm traveling right now across the states and writing. And I wanted to say there's been some really nice collaborative, or even not even collaborative, but opportunities that have come out of Table Read Tuesday. So things that I'm working on an adaptation for a book, and Vicky's, it's kind of neat that there's like one person helps another person do thing, and another person helps another person. So we're all kind of lifting each other up here, which is special.
Very
Table Read
special.
Tuesday.
Yes. Special group of people. And for the first time again, thank you for joining us. Sorry we didn't get to introduce you at the beginning. So please tell us more about you, Cheryl.
Oh, goodness. Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, you can't find me anywhere. I'm the outgoing director of finance, and business operations at Women's Foundation, a nonprofit in Memphis. You probably figured it was somewhere around there. But I had a great opportunity to stand in tonight and with y'all, and it was all I could do not to just laugh and show how enjoyable that y'all that you were, and how great you are. And so I appreciate you letting me be the imposter tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, my name's Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor. I'm a very accomplished writer, and I'm a creative freelancer. I live in Lethbridge, Alberta. I don't currently have anything going on, but you can find me on my YouTube channel, The Storm and Latter-day Saint, or on Facebook at Heather Lee Freelancer. I put all my stuff on those things, and I've got social media channels. The links to those social media channels are on my YouTube channel. I really would like some work. I keep auditioning for things, and I keep trying for things. And if you have work you can give me, you can email me at heather.lee.cameron@gmail.com. I've got a little nice blue Yeti Nano, and I've got experience in various things. So let's have a conversation. I've got a good resume. I've got reel. I've got voice reels. I've got headshots. Got everything.
All right. Yes. And then Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Jason Steele.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to play this part. This was fun. Kind of felt a little close to home lately. I've been stuck on one project for a while, and there's been times when I've been like, "Oh man, this fucking thing's killing me." And so it was like when I was reading it, I thought, "Oh yeah, I have to do this part. This is it'll make it a little cathartic for me." So that's awesome. And I'm sorry about that accent. I don't know what that accent was. That was a weird mix of, I have no idea what.
It was fun.
But it was fun. It was fun. So as long as
It's not any crazy. It's not any more crazy than the Lorraine Baines.
Like we were talking about before we went live, it's better than the accents in the movie, right?
Well, yeah, there's no accents in the movie, or not the leads anyways, which was interesting. For me, anyways, you could find me, porcupineproductions.ca is my website, and most of my work is there. I'm a filmmaker and actor and all kinds of stuff, mostly in the filmmaking, and trying to move into more and more online stuff with as we move into the next level of the internet, some more Web3, Film 3, whatever that means. Maybe you'll have to follow some of my stuff and figure out what that means as we move into that. So it's kind of a fun thing. And I think that's all for me.
Oh, I just watched your documentary the other day, the documentary that was made on you. Boy, that was fun.
Right. Yes. So yeah, if you search YouTube for Jason and me under Tell a Story Hive, some friends did a documentary about me and Jessica. I was quite honored that she did that. I have not watched it yet. I'm waiting to actually watch it with her and the crew because I feel
won't say much, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I
everybody
don't
else
want
is
to ruin anything for you. But you're in it. I'll give that away. I'll give that part of it. You're in it. You made the cut somehow. I don't know.
I don't know. Awesome. Yeah. So find that if you want to find out more about me. I guess that's one place to find out something about me. I have no idea what. Feel like it's positive stuff. Just guess.
I feel like I even admire you more than before. So.
Oh, thank you.
My goodness.
Impossible.
I just found it.
So,
awesome.
All right.
Cool.
So we'll all be watching that and hopefully have the link in the descriptions or comment section. But last and certainly never least, Mackenzie Conn.
Anyway, thank you. This was awesome. I'm Mackenzie Conn. You can find me at Mackenzie Conn for all the things. MAC, not the MCK. It's a weird version. What else did I want to say? Los Angeles based, and if you are around on October 7th, my rock band will be playing at the Whiskey A Go-Go for the first time, so that's gonna be super cool. I have a short film coming out, but I don't know when, so I will keep you guys posted on that. And it's film noir, which is super cool. It's shot in black and white, which no one does anymore. So thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you for all the amazing performances. And
but what about you? I hate it that you don't introduce yourself.
Well, I'm all about Table Read Tuesday, so just come here, and that's it. Just kidding. So, do some animation
and everything today.
What's up?
Got the popped collar and everything.
I tried to get a wig last minute, and the stores I tried were either closed or didn't have it.
Happening.
All right, but that's everybody, and I know it's really, really late, and I'm so happy to have everyone here and stay up this late and put in all this. Look at this passion and this dedication that you guys have. I mean, it says a lot. So we could talk about it, but I think we should just call it. If there's anything else that someone needs to say right before we call it.
Well, we appreciate our viewers, and we appreciate the teaching that we can do by performing these, and we appreciate the learning that we can all do by working with each other, because everybody's at different levels. Everybody has unique talents. And I just personally appreciate getting the chance to work with all of you. And I'm sure all of you feel the same way about each other, and hopefully me.
Yeah, absolutely you.
Absolutely. Yes. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful week. We'll see you soon.
Good night.
Good night.